Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP: health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the city government of Naga, thank you very much to the city government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire official team of the city of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the city of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first four royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
We are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment, we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles. Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. competitiveness, and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP: health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
I believe that there's so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the city government of Naga, thank you very much to the city government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the city of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be
kindly take your seats for the roll call.
Honorable Nelson S. Legacion, City Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer present. Roll call on the City Councilors. Honorable Cecilia Pidiasis on leave. Honorable Gregorio Arabunal present. Honorable Jose Ranyola absent. Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro present. Honorable Mila S. Derakid Arroyo absent. Honorable Julian Silabadia Jr. present. Honorable Celito S. A. Del Rosario present. Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present. Honorable Rayan Cedric Girintoy absent. Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo present. Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. absent.
The Honorable Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. is on official
business. Mr. Chairman, there is a quorum.
There being a quorum, the 50th regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod is now formally called to order.
Prayer.
In the name of the Father, Son, and the Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, as we deliberate in today's session, give us the wisdom to overcome passion. Give us the understanding heart to do away with prejudice. Give us the foresight to know what the future may devise. Give us the courage and strength to seek the truth in what is good. Give us the facility of language that we may be understood. And finally, our Lord, make us worthy public servant of the city. We deeply love and highly honor. Naga City, the heart of Bicol. Amen.
Pambansang awit.
Bayang magiliw, handa awit. Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay, lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulub. Di ka pa sisil sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy, sa langit mong bughaw, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang slap ng watawat mo'y ay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niyang kailan pa may di magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mang-aapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good morning, everyone. We acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Rayan Cedric Rintoy. The Secretary will please take note. We have before us the Honorable June D. Loyola, Municipal Kagawad of the Municipality of Camaligan, Camarines Sur. We acknowledge your presence. We proceed to the next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone? If none, next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following inclusion. Under special business or order, item number 5, the first endorsement from the City Mayor, marked as urgent, endorsing the business proposal of waste to energy project in Barangay San Isidro from Mr. Eric M. Mir, President, Miracle Energy Technology Corporation. Another, Mr. Chair, for the special business or order, item number 6, also endorsement from the City Mayor, marked as urgent, endorsing the support for MNCCI in organizing the 3rd Bicol Business Month scheduled for July 4 to 30, 2017. Under unfinished business, Mr. Chair, Item number 16 is the letter from Engineer Joel Martin regarding the presentation of the proponents of the Waste Management and Power Energy Project. Item number 17 of the unfinished business is the letter from Mr. Huberto Ursua submitting the list of duties and function of the City Environment and Natural Resources Officer. And lastly, Mr. Chair, under unfinished business number 18, the letter from Mr. Willie Prillas pertaining to the submission of the Local Development Investment Program for 2011 to 2020. I move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before the approval, Mr. Chair, we have in our calendar of business under unfinished business the proposal for a waste-to-energy facility at Barangay San Isidro, and the proponent are around. So, considering, Mr. Chair, that during yesterday's hearing of the Committee on Environment, we have invited the City Administrator, the City Engineer, Engineer Martin, and Mr. Willie Prillis, including Mr. Mendoza, to be around. May I request that item number 1 of the unfinished business be taken up first, because this our department head will be interviewed in connection with the 4 entries of the city in the Galing Po program, which will start at 10 o'clock this morning.
Although right now, of the department heads you mentioned, only Engineer Leon Palmiano IV is around. Are we going to wait for the other mentioned department heads?
Maybe, Mr. Chair, we can summon those department heads right away, so that when they are already around, we can take up item number 1 of the unfinished business, so that the presentation can proceed.
Okay. So with that understanding, are we approving the order of business as modified?
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Without objection, the same is approved. We acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo. Likewise, I have already mentioned earlier, we acknowledge the presence of Engineer Leon Palmiano IV, our city engineer. And also before us are Mr. Edgardo Rivera Jr., Mr. Ferdinand An, Mr. Cheng, all representing the Agri Power Incorporated. Next item.
Order of business, reading and approval of the minutes of the previous sessions, minutes of the 3rd special session held on January 26, 2017, and the minutes of the 31st regular session held on February 21, 2017.
Councilor Elmer Ballimoro.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the minutes of the 3rd special session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod held on January 26, 2017, and move for its approval.
Without objection, we are approving the minutes of the 3rd special session.
Another, Mr. Chair, the minutes of the 31st regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod held on February 21, 2017. I move for its approval.
And second, without objection, the said minutes is now approved. Thank you, Councilor Elmer Ballimoro. Next item.
Unfinished business, item number 1. The letter dated July 5, 2017, inviting into this regular session Mr. Edgardo Rivera Jr., Philippine representative of Agri Power Incorporated, with respect to the proposed waste-to-energy system.
Can we proceed to the next item, given that we are still awaiting for a number of department heads? Okay. But we will go back to that once they are around. SBO.
Special business, item number 1, resolution number 227 of the Municipality of Camadigan, requesting the Metro Naga Development Council Chairperson Honorable John Gibonga to facilitate the negotiation with the Sangguniang Panlungsod of Naga to allow the municipality of Camaligan to use the Naga City sanitary landfill in Barangay San Isidro, Naga City.
Any comment from the members of this body? Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, I gone over this request. But I believe that at this point in time, we cannot yet act on the request. First, we are still in the phase of implementing our proposed sanitary landfill. And based on the data that the TWG presented to us, for the waste of Naga City alone, the maximum period is no more than 10 years. So if we will accommodate other local government units, it will lessen the lifespan of the proposed project. But if we can shift automatically, Mr. Chair, to the proposed waste-to-energy facility, then maybe we can accommodate not only the municipality of Camaligan but other member municipality of the Metro Naga Development Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. For the information of this body, the other day, last week, the municipal officials of the municipality of Camaligan, Camarines Sur, appeared before the office of the city mayor, bringing with them this particular resolution. And it was clarified during that meeting that although what is stated in the resolution is sanitary landfill in San Isidro, the intent was really to seek immediate assistance from us, given allegedly the problem the municipality is facing. That means they clarified that if it's possible that they could be given the opportunity to make use also of the Balatas Dam site. In fact, before us is the municipal councilor, the Honorable June D. Loyola. Yes, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have the same sentiment with the Honorable Salvador del Castillo. Though, ang munisipyo kang Camaligan, kataid taman sana, Mr. Chairman, siguro magkaigwa kita ning i-authorize ta ang satuyang alkalde na magkaigwa ning exploratory talk based on the statement of the Honorable del Castillo na kung sakaling maduman na kita sa waste to energy, tsaka it's either sa sanitary landfill lang, magkaigwa lang kitang authority for the mayor or request the mayor to have an exploratory talk with the municipality of Camaligan para they man outright, Mr. Chairman, na sinasabi tang habuta. Though ako parehas ang paninindugan ni Honorable Salvador del Castillo na talagang malelesen pa ang panahon kang paggamit kang lugar, pero dahil big brother and small brother concept kang Metro Naga, we will authorize the mayor to have an exploratory talk based on the sentiment of the member of the Sangguniang Panlungsod, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr. as well as Mr. Rene Gumba. So, any other comment on this particular item? If none, can we refer this to the appropriate committee, given also the note of the City Mayor, Councilor Salvador del Castillo?
Mr. Chairman, considering that the Honorable De Loyola is around, maybe we can give him few minutes to explain the rationale of the request. Since yaw naman sa namin, Mr. Chair, masupog man ang dahil tataaning pa.
Okay, so we suspend our rules of procedure and request the Honorable June D. Loyola to approach the podium.
Hindi naman po ako makanta. Kaya good morning po sa Gabos. Actually, dapat ko tanong ni si representative ni Mayor para mag-explain po kay niyo. Ang milang po, makiyutwang, grabe na po ang problema sa Kamaligan, kang basura. Si pag-urulay may po nga with Mayor last Thursday, data man dapigaano, talagang nag-aapon ang mga taga-Kamaligan sa Naga. And gusto may po ining tawaning solusyon, kaya nag-decide po kami, nagsurat po kami para matabangan man po kami. At least, sabi nga ni Kasubago, napag-ulayan may po nga ni, at least once a week, 1 ton a week, na residuals lang po ang pwede ming iapon po. Segregated na po. Kasi pupunan mi na po na dapat sa Kamaligan, mapunan na naka-segregate na po ang samuyang basura. And residuals lang po ang samuyang iaapon sa Naga.
Any comment or question from this body on the manifestation and the representation of Councilor De Loyola of Kamaligan? Yes, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
I think, Mr. Chairman, with that statement, we can now refer this particular resolution to the Committee on Environment.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Okay, so we are referring this to the Committee on Environment and Energy, headed by Councilor Salvador del Castillo. But for the meantime, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Present also, Mr. Chair, is Councilor Nathan Asotilio of Kamaligan.
Yes, we acknowledge the presence of Councilor Nathan Asotilio. Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung i-refer the tabi ini sa Committee on Environment, pero may pamangkitang action na nahihiling insight, ma-reflect lang siya na garo magiging long pending in the committee. I think since may nagluluwas naman na possible action may Mr. Chair, baka mas iyulugod yan ang urulayan. A while ago, Councilor Labadia recommended that we might as well already authorize the mayor, because the only way we can respond positively to this request is through the waste to energy project. Unless we are considering accommodating this request even in the sanitary landfill, which I believe would not be advisable because the lifespan of a landfill is too short. So, baka ang action talugod is, duman na talaga kita, magkasararo na kita towards the waste to energy project, and at this early, pag-urulay na ang mga Metro Naga Development area mayors, talagang sinda kaipon, takita dahil we cannot on our own undertake the waste to energy project. Kaipuhan taning mga waste also to be gathered from the different municipalities. So baka mas decisive na siguro, Mr. Chair, ang sa tuyang gibuhon. So I would recommend that we inform the municipality of this direction that we are taking, and therefore that we are also, maybe we can already authorize the mayor to initiate an exploratory talk with the different mayors of the Metro Naga Development area. Kangarig mas mabilis na siguro, Mr. Chair.
Can somebody please draft the proposed resolution for our consideration, either before the end of the session or during our next regular session? Councilor Julian Labadia.
I have consulted the Honorable Del Castillo, and we are amenable to the suggestion of the Honorable Miles Rakid Arroyo, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. So we will temporarily defer this one to come up with a resolution stating the disposition of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So this item is temporarily deferred. Okay. We thank you, Councilor De Loyola. And as well as Councilor Asotilio for coming over. Okay. We also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Wilfredo Prillas Jr. Yes, Councilor Asotilio, are you going to... okay, okay. Yes, I think it's the birthday of Mr. Willie Prillas Jr. That is perhaps the reason why he is here. Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, considering that our members of the technical working group are already around, may I move that we already go to the item pertaining to the presentation of the proposed sanitary landfill?
Yes, okay.
No, not sanitary landfill. Waste to energy facility.
Waste to energy. So, we will now take up item number 1 of the unfinished business, which was requested earlier to be calendared as item 1 actually of the SBO. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So, before the session, Mr. Chair, I talked with the representative, and we agreed that we'll be giving them around 15 minutes for the presentation.
For the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. So who?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who from the Agri-Power Incorporated is going to make the representation? Mr. Cheng? Mr. Rivera Jr., Edgardo Rivera Jr. Kindly approach the podium for your presentation. The rules remain suspended, so you can proceed whenever ready.
Good morning to all the members of the Honorable Sangguniang Panlungsod. I am Ed Rivera representing Agri-Power of the U.S. So I will briefly discuss 3 major items. One is the technology, second is the track record of our company, and the last one is the financials. So Agri-Power Waste to Energy is a unique product because this is transportable waste to energy which can generate 1 megawatt from 50 tons of waste. And as you can see, we can produce combined heat and power output in our system. We can handle waste materials with 50% moisture content. So we can handle from the smallest is 1 ton a day up to 60 tons a day. But now we have a new model which can generate 2 megawatts at double the tonnage, meaning 50 times 2 is 100 tons or 120 if this is a wet waste. So we can also put them in a cascaded version which can generate up to 7.5 megawatts. We have more than 60 systems installed commercially in the US, some in Canada, and some in Japan. So we have about 63 successful installations for this waste-to-energy system, which is, as I said, transportable. So we can locate the waste-to-energy system where the waste source is. Unlike in the conventional waste-to-energy, you have a fixed station. There's a lot of traffic, you know, from these dump trucks going in and out of the waste station. You are contributing pollution. You are using diesel. You are producing pollutants in the air. You are spending a lot of money on the cost of fuel, and you are transporting waste. So it's not a good neighbor practice, you know, transporting waste in and out, in and out. So all of this problem will be eliminated if we are going to use a transportable type waste to energy. So as you can see in the illustration, this waste to energy can be loaded in barges, in trucks, even in helicopters. You can transport it to other locations. For example, there is a disaster-stricken areas, and there's a lot of debris. There is no power, just like what happened in Tacloban. you can actually transport this waste to energy to eliminate the debris, the waste, and at the same time generate power to the area. Or instead of having one central location for your waste station and then transporting the waste to that station, we can locate this transportable waste to energy to that source of waste. So can you please? As you can see, we have a small footprint. Typical is 50 feet by 50 feet for a 1 megawatt system. So that is a very small footprint as compared to a peak station, which is actually a building. If you compare the cost of generating electricity, if you use diesel fuel against, say, wood byproducts as waste to be used in our system, you will be saving around $1.5 million per year sa cost of fuel against using wood in our waste-to-energy system. Just for comparison of costing. So that's how our waste-to-energy looks like. You have an easy-to-use software. You don't need personnel to run this waste-to-energy. This is automatically controlled by the control unit. And maintenance is very low. In fact, our maintenance cost for repair and maintenance per year is only maximum 2% of the purchase price, which is not substantial. And then you can also use the heat output, not only the electricity, but the heat output can be used for air conditioning and refrigeration without using electricity, because this is heat operated. So, for example, you have cold storage, chiller type air conditioning. We can put heat output to those machines. On the left bottom part, you will see the screw expander generator. In the past, waste-to-energy used turbine generator, which is not efficient. This is the latest state-of-the-art generator being used by agri-power. So the advantage is very high efficiency, about 20% higher than steam generator. It has power. I was referring to this expander generator. So it's more efficient than steam generator. It is less costly. It can be manufactured in 4 months as compared to 1 year of the other system, and it is smaller. So what are the type of waste that we can process? These are the general, actually almost every type of waste can be handled by this system. Medical waste, industrial waste, agricultural waste, municipal solid waste. So all of these can be handled by agri-power waste-to-energy system. So we can also use the agri-power waste-to-energy either on-grid or off-grids, meaning it can be connected to the grid or it is totally independent of the grid. So for example, there's an area wherein there is no grid service. You can use this system to provide electricity to that particular area. This is just a comparison between the advantages of the screw expander generators against steam turbines and ORC, which I will not discuss because I have a very limited time. So this is what it looks like for the screw expander generator. So unlike the steam turbine wherein you have an impeller being hit by the high pressure steam, this one is less this is more reliable, this is faster and more efficient. Okay. The next one, please. So, as I said, our technology has been commercially available. It's now working all over the United States, in Canada. In Map A is US, Map B is Canada. As you can see in the US, we have about around, I think, 53 units working in hospitals, in industrial locations, in universities, in municipal LGUs. So if you want to see these units, you are most welcome. You will be accorded due diligence demonstration for about 3 days. And this is only proof, this will only prove the technology is well accepted. It is being used by about 63 commercial users. And now I would like to discuss about financial aspect. So at the moment, we can offer you 2 business models. This is not in the So I thought we have a whiteboard so I can write it, but I will just discuss it verbally. So there are 2 available business models from our company. One is lease purchase, and the other one is outright purchase. The cost of the 1 megawatt system will be about $5 million US. So you can lease it for 10 years, and after 10 years, the waste-to-energy facilities will be turned over to Naga City for ownership. The interest rate is 5% per year, and the maintenance cost is 2% per year. For outright purchase, the advantage is you still buy it at $5 million, but you have no more interest. So the waste-to-energy will generate about $1 million in revenues. That is, we are using a reference, the feed-in tariff of 6 pesos 63 centavos per kilowatt hour, and then that's about 1,000 kilowatt power or 1 megawatt. Base load, meaning continuously 24/7, 350 days a year, because we need 15 days per year to maintain the system. So if you compute it, it will generate a revenue of $1 million or 50 million pesos per year. And then under the lease purchase option, you will be paying around $625,000, including interest and maintenance, and the balance of $375,000 will be the net revenue of the city. So in effect, walang nilabas na pera ang Naga. Yung pambabayad natin sa lease is galing sa makina. Kung generate niyang income from the sale of power and electricity, portion of that will be used to pay the lease, portion of that will be the net revenue of the city. Wala nang nilabas, kumita pa. After 10 years, sa inyo pa makina. Ang ilalabas lang dito is the 2-month lease as deposit. 2 months. And then after that, on the first payment or the third payment will be after 9 months, because it will take us 6 months to manufacture, 1 month to ship the goods to the Philippines, 2 months to install, commission, and connect it to the grid. So how will you do it? It's upon the honorable members of the Sangguniang Panlungsod. I don't know how your procedure in acquiring such facility. But kami, available sa amin to. We can provide lease option and cash purchase option. In the cash purchase option, of course, you will buy it outright. And the interest of 5% per year is no longer applicable kasi kinas nyo na eh. So yun ang savings. So, if there are any other question, I'm prepared to answer your questions, please.
Any questions from the members of this body? Any comment? Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although the presentation of the material overhead was very fast, I was able to catch a portion on the advantages, and one of the advantages mentioned there was that it will help. It will allow landfills to have longer lives. Therefore, it means that it would still need a landfill?
Actually, no, because we process the waste as they come. For example, a 1 megawatt system can process 50 tons of waste a day. So, if you have 50 tons a day, immediately upon bringing it to the waste station, it's already processed online, continuously, 24 hours a day. So, if you have more than 50 tons, you will need another unit to process another 50 tons. So, in effect, yun nga, hahaba yung buhay ng landfill kasi hindi natin ginagamit.
Does that mean if you already have an existing landfill, then it will lengthen the lifespan? But if you don't have a landfill, you don't need a landfill when you have this facility already?
Basically, yes. Because you process the waste.
What do you mean basically?
That's true. Okay. Because when you bring the waste to the waste station, immediately you place it in the hopper. Immediately, 24 hours a day, it's being converted to electricity and heat. So, you don't store waste. Walang storage dito. Real time, pinoprocess namin yan. 24/7.
Councilor Elmer Valdemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. Rivera mentioned a while ago that it includes the medical waste. So, is it true that only one machine will be provided to include also the medical waste?
Actually, as long as the laws in the Philippines will allow, we can process all types of medical waste. Syringes, plastic cups, tissues, as long as the Philippine laws allows it. We can do it. Ang maglililit lang sa amin yung batas dito. Halimbawa, sinabi ng batas, hindi nyo pwedeng sunugin ang mga human tissues. Kahit kaya namin, hindi namin gagawin kasi bawal dito. That's what I meant.
So, Mr. Chair, so in your proposal, there is no need for a separate machine for the medical waste?
It depends. For example, the user is a hospital. They can avail of this smaller. For example, we are talking about 50 tons a day of municipal solid waste. In the medical waste, we can do 1, 2, 5, 10 tons a day. So kung maliit lang ang yung medical waste, halimbawa 2 or 3 tons a day, separate natin yan. Dedicated, kasi yung medical waste na to will not generate electricity but heat, which can be used for sterilization of hospital equipment, hot water. Lahat ng heat requirements of the hospital can be provided by this small medical waste to energy, which we also do. Okay. Although you can also use the existing MSW, kaya lang nakalocate kunyari dun sa source of MSW natin, tapos yung hospital malayo. So, the cost of about 5 tons a day of medical waste is about, I think it's only $1.5 billion. So, it will pay for itself in a very short time, considering the cost of processing medical waste.
Another thing, Mr. Chair, Mr. Rivera mentioned that no cost for the city, but you mentioned lease and purchase. How is that?
Paano pa?
You mentioned that there is no cost for the city.
Opo.
But you mentioned a 2-month lease and a purchase of the equipment.
No, actually, dun sa lease purchase natin, ang requirement lang is 2 months lease deposit, which is about, I think, 2.5 million pesos per month, ano? So, a 2-month lease will be about 5 million. The cost of machine is 250 million. That will be financed by our principal.
So there is still a cost for the city.
Yes, 5 million pesos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Any other question from the members of this body? If not, can we seek a comment or reaction from the members of the technical working group? Anyone? Yes, our city administrator, Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr.
Marahay Naga po sa Gabus.
Good morning, man.
Basic question lang po. Is there any entity in the Philippines that already availed of this waste to energy project?
Actually, we're starting to promote this new technology. In the Philippines, wala pa po. As I said, we have 63 successful installations in the United States, about 55. In Canada, about 7, and I think 1 in Japan.
Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Is there any device na makita namin yung yung unit na sinasabi nyo? It's either in Japan or US or in Canada, para mas lalong, kasi Mr. Chairman, nakita ko yung advantage, yung sinasabi niya, kasi karamihan na nag-o-offer sa Naga is minimum mga 300 tons, 500 tons, walang ganitong 50 tons. So kung totoo yan, so mas mabuti kung makita ng member of the councils and member of the technical working group. Kahit hindi naman lahat pupunta, kung meron lang, Mr. Chairman, ng device para mas lalong mapalawak natin yung discussion, and hopefully gawin natin ang waste to energy dito sa lungsod ng Naga, considering na dalawa yung option mo, isa yung lease purchase and then another yung outright cash payment. So ang nakikita ko na lang dito, kasi nakikita ko angkop na angkop sa lungsod ng Naga, but the problem is ang nasa isip ko ng iba is gaano ito katotoo na pwede talaga sa Naga. So we have to see 1 unit or 2 units or 3 units. Imposible kasi sa Pilipinas. So ano ang device ng company na pwedeng gawin?
Okay. Actually, we'll be very happy to accommodate Naga to see our installations. In fact, you can choose your application. If you want medical, we have installation in U.S. hospitals. If you want industrial, municipal, we have all kinds of installations. As in fact, if I can show you again the maps and list of installations earlier. So all of these are installed already. Some of them are operating more than 10 years. So that will speak of the reliability of the system. And on the last page, you will see the application. Oops, ayan. List of Generation 1 is yung nakikita nyo kayo ng blue circle. Mamaya babalikan natin. Yung Generation 2, which is the latest model, yung red stars. As you can see, we have different kinds of application in various cities in the United States. And the best thing, the best part of this is that the most stringent environmental laws are in California. The most stringent as compared to the rest of the world. And we are compliant to the California environmental laws. So all of this, as you can see, in Rocklin, for example, we have industrial application. In Illinois, we have factory. And in St. Mary's, in Pennsylvania, you will see we have hospital applications. In Wyoming, we can see we have school applications, all those ways in the universities. In Bloomberg, we have, in Pennsylvania, we have also greenhouse applications. So almost all applications are being handled by this waste to energy. Meron pa ba? All of these are our reference installation. You see, For generation 1, these are the reference installation. In Denver, we have, as you can see, I can provide you with this list. But let me clarify, no? The lease purchase is available for qualified applicant. So we may need the Naga City's financial statement for the last 3 years. And I can tell you, the approval can be very fast because my principal already did some due diligence on Naga City on the internet and they were impressed. But we need hard data. We need at the soonest possible time yung financial statement for the last 3 years. And then on the application, we will give you the application questionnaire which your Solid Waste Management Department has to accomplish. And then we will provide you with a one-page funding form which you need to accomplish. Just a minute.
We wish to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Joel Martin as well as Mr. Frank Mendoza.
So this is a single-page lease application form which the city will have to accomplish and attach the last 3 years financial statement. And approval can be very fast, and the interest rate is around 5% per year, but if your credit standing is excellent, it can be reduced.
Okay. This is for the lease purchase agreement. Okay. The other one is for the outright purchase. In both instances, it will be the city will have to assume the entire cost of the facility. Is that correct? In the second instance, the outright purchase, we will have to shell out the total amount of $5 million US dollars.
Yes.
In the lease purchase, we will have to shell out the initial amount of equivalent to 2 months lease.
Yes.
Yeah. And the remaining amount will have to be paid on an installment basis.
Yes.
By the city.
10 years.
Although you were telling us that the payment will come from the generated power.
Yes.
Which you estimated to amount to about $1 million per year.
I can give you the formula. It's 663 pesos or 13 cents US multiplied by 1 megawatt, which is 1,000 kilowatt. This is a base load, so it's a 24-hour electricity generation. So times 24 times 350 days per year, because we need 15 days to maintain the waste energy. So that will total to about $1 million per year. In the lease option, you will be paying, including the cost of the machine, including the interest, including the repair and maintenance for the whole year, spare parts and labor, about $625,000 per year. So the balance, 1 million less 625 is $375,000 will be the net revenue of the city.
Okay.
But you have to institute mechanism to be able to sell power.
Okay. Further to the question earlier raised by Councilor Julian Labadia Jr., if I recall it right, you were saying about the possibility of sponsoring a 3-day observation visit.
Actually, ang available sa amin right now is we can schedule the due diligence or demonstration to your representatives. We will assign an expert to accompany them and take them to any location they want. For example, in hospital, they can bring them to St. Mary's and to other cities for the other application. It can be 3 to 5 days. But we can also provide, I think, accommodation. But for the tickets, round-trip air tickets, I have to check.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May we know from the presenter, Mr. Rivera, if he has really actually personally seen a unit or a machine actually operating?
For the agri-power, no, not yet. Because we have no installation in the Philippines.
So you have not gone to where they are actually being operated right now?
No, I was invited by the CEO of agri-power for the due diligence. Ini-schedule pa namin. And
so you yourself have not seen it actually operate?
No, but the bottom line is the track record of agri-power will speak for itself. Kasi yung iba nga wala pang, they have only test site but they have no commercial installation. We have 63 commercial successful installations. Some of them are operating 12, 15 years without any problem. This you can actually see for yourself.
Any other comment from the TWG? Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr. and then after you, Engineer Joel Martin. Yeah, Mr. Frank Mendoza.
Follow up lang po. Since I presume this will be a completely build-up unit, have you undergone any permitting processes with the Philippine government?
I will be very straightforward in my answer. We have not yet done these permitting procedures, but the main important thing is this system qualified for the US EPA. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, the California environmental law, which I think the solid waste management team will know, is the hardest standards to be complied with, and the agri-power system easily complied with the standards. That's why we have so many installations in the US. We have about 58 installations in the US. If you are not compliant, you cannot sell in the US, especially in California. So if we can comply in California, we can comply in the Philippines.
Mr. Frank Mendoza.
Eventually, in the event the decision is favorable for this proposal, this would still be bidded. I believe what we should do first is to define what we want in terms of outcome kaning facility ini or whatever facility, waste to energy facility, ano si technical parameters. Kumbaga, we spend time, we spend our brain power to define ano talaga si gustuta. Tapos yan i-publish ta, and then we start the process. Ang nangyari kaya, may maigding proponent, ma-present, siyempre magayon ang presentation, and yet, we are not moving forward. Dahil na susunod si proseso eh. The first step, may very clear definition, ano si gustuta, na may pakinabang sa syudad, barato sa tuya, etc. Then, i-publish ta yan, and we go through the procurement process. Tanganing dire-diretso na kita. If we will recall, kadako na nag-propose sa tuya, but because you have not followed the process, dahil kita nag-aabante. So siguro pwedeng sa task, kang ano man na grupo na pwedeng i-create or whatever office, magkagawa na yung very clear definition kung ano si kaipuhan, ano si gustuta. And then from there, we invite proponents and proceed with the procurement process.
Thank you, Frank. Engineer Joel Martin.
Good morning, sir. Just a few questions, Mr. Chairman. Duman po sa proposal ni Mr. Rivera, may mampumbago duman. Actually, kan July 2015, iba pong mga presenters na pareho kan sinasabi niya. Tama po ito si Sir Frank, saka si Sir June. Si gusto talaga kan syudad, economically and adaptable to the city. As I understand, Mr. Chair, ito pong pinapaliwanag ni Mr. Rivera is a heat generator engine. basura of 50 tons to produce 1 megawatt of electricity. Ang problema lang po kani, this is, I understand, Mr. Rivera, this is maybe a pyrolysis process, the burning of waste, and this will produce furans and dioxins. Ang problema lang po, sinasabi niya Kasubago, kung pasado sa US, it should pass also the limitations of the Philippines. Pagabot po naman sa Clean Air Act, may problema kita kayan, baka dahil makapasar. Duman lang po sa pagsulukan si basura, even with air or without air, pyrolysis or plasma type, it will produce still smoke that could produce dioxins and furans, which is very harmful to the environment. Isa naman po yan, Mr. Chair. Good body po.
Thank you, Engineer Joel Martin. Yes, can you react to that?
Actually, that's a very good question, because pyrolysis is only up to 600 degrees centigrade. Our system has a dual combustion chamber which produces almost 1,000 degrees centigrade. So in the lower combustion chamber, all this waste is converted to gas, and then any impurity or toxic material left will go to the second combustion chamber, which has a 1.5 to 1.8 seconds dwell time. This will be totally eliminated. In fact, I have the emission data from our company, which I can provide to the city upon your request, and this is compliant even to California standards. So we have no, we are not doing pyrolysis, which is a low temperature system. We are doing dual combustion system, which I will discuss in details if we have time. I can show you all this PowerPoint presentation.
Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, sinabi ni Mr. Frank Mendoza, Mr. Chair, is really true. Maski po dakulong kitang pagparadarangugo ng mga presentations, there's actually no official and standard criteria against which we will evaluate these presentations. Dakulong kitang pagkikreate bagang mga body, Mr. Chair, that would recommend certain policies. Pagko-compose ta ang mga bodies na iyan, kahit yung mga taong we believe would have the know-how, experience, and of course, hopefully, expertise on the matter. Ang saro nga ni baga kaini is the Naga City Power Commission. That's one of the recommendations that we're waiting from these bodies that we have been creating to recommend policies to us. But no such recommendations are forthcoming. So may we know from the technical working group if they are working closely with the Naga City Power Commission, and if such recommendation, as Mr. Frank Mendoza has mentioned, is now forthcoming, because we've been waiting for that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Frank Mendoza.
Garo pala na ako naghayop sa lubang. I'm not aware of any activity towards that direction, Mr. Chairman.
We were informed by Engineer Joel Martin that a presentation was made sometimes in July of 2015. That was already 2 years ago. We were expecting some output out of that presentation. Engineer Martin.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As I remembered po, last July 2015, and I have already submitted we have already submitted the request of the Sangguniang to furnish you a copy of all the presentations that was made last July 2015. We have 10 presentations, and 3 of the waste to energy, or 4 of the waste to energy proponents has a similar presentation as what had been discussing today with Mr. Rivera. Ang question lang po duman, Mr. Chairman, ano talaga si Direction Can City, because kuya na po, nakaplano na si Gabus as per the technical working group have been task, nakaplano na po si Gabo, si plano kang si sa landfill. Actually po, ang sabi nga ni Kasatong City Engineer, mapabid na kan si access road and si iba pa pong mga facility. Ang kwen lang dyan, Mr. Chair, kung igwa na naman kitang bago, siguro po, inot kay Puan, matawang kaming kopyakan si technical proposal para po ma-review kan technical working group. Bandua po, medyo maabala na naman ini kan si plano ta sa landfill project na ini pong closure. We have only a window, I understand, Mr. Chair, na 6 months to 1 year sana.
Let me interrupt you, Engineer Joel Martin.
Yes, sir.
We have agreed, and there was a prior discussion with the City Mayor, that the sanitary landfill project will proceed.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion about waste to energy facility is not supposed to hinder the establishment of the project.
Yes.
So you have nothing to worry, Engineer Joel Martin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, actually, dakulaw ng pagbilib ko kay Pading Engineer Joel Martin sa pag-abot sa issue kang sa waste. Pero, Mr. Chairman, kung natatandaan ko, na day pa ako kadto member kan Sangguniang, sinabi ko niya na July 2015, baka nag-present ng kadakol. That's number 1 given situation. 2015, July, kadakol nag-present. Ang pangadua, ang nangyayari na po ngunyan sa tuya, Mr. Chairman, nag-decide na kita na for the closure, nagkaagita ng pundo na isara na si basurahan. Ngunyan ang 50% after closing, may sinasabi ngunyan ang Chief Executive through the Technical Working Group na ang gigibuhon ta is SLF com WTE, Sanitary Landfill com Waste to Energy. So, ang punto ko, Mr. Chairman, na gustong itumbok, dahil na ako masisi, ang gagamiton ko na lang, Mr. Chairman, na word is siguro baka nalingaw na lang kita gabos, including the Technical Working Group. Nalingaw na mag-submit katong sinasabi na dapat ni Mr. Frank Mendoza na dapat igwa kita talaga, ito po siguro na ang babasihan ta puun ngunyan hanggang sa masunod na aldaw, dapat may hapot na ano talaga ang gusto ta. Though kung hihilingon ta yung proposal ng agri-power, malinaw na maray na angkop sa Naga. Pero dahil nga ni kay puwan taning process, diyan na kita, Mr. Chairman, mapuon. Magsabi na ang Technical Working Group, magsabi na ang Committee on Environment through the Honorable Badong del Castillo, kung igwa pang Power Commission, magsabi na ini dapat. Na ang Technical Working Group, dahil nga sinabmit nila is SLF com WTE, dapat nakaakibat na yan, Mr. Chairman. Igwa na ang sinasabi sa waste to energy, ini ang kaipuhan ta. Apwera, Mr. Chairman, for the record, na malinaw na angkop dahil sa technology. Ang sarap pang malinaw, Mr. Chairman, dahil kita magastos. Pwede nga ni makabot, Mr. Chairman, ang punto na i-withdraw ta na ini yung 260 million na sanitary landfill, na imbis na magastos kita rin 260 million, dahil na kita magastos sa sanitary landfill in 260 million. Direkta na kita igdi, mana kitang gastos, nakikita pa ang Naga. So sa hiling ko, Mr. Chairman, let's be one, dahil na kita magsirisihan, punan ta na ngunyan, punan ta pakurulayan ta na sa waste to energy. Base sa statement kang satuyang presiding officer, the Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, saka ulay ninda ni Mayor John Bongat, na ipadagos ang exploration na magkaigwa ng urulay tungkol sa waste to energy. Sa ko, Mr. Chairman, yan ang dakulang retrato na dapat ang antisiparan. Dakulang savings, dakulang kalinigan, dakulang bagay ini for Naga, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. So, can we set the direction now? what do we do next? Okay. Can we follow the advice of Mr. Frank Mendoza? I think a proposed policy guidelines on waste to energy should reach this body for our consideration. So the question is, who will prepare, who will draft this proposed policy guidelines, which we can later on legislate into an ordinance. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we have technical men in the city, which one is the Solid Waste Management Office, the other one is the City Planning and Development Office, Mr. Chairman. Idagdag pa si Mr. Mendoza, si Mr. Mungoso. I believe that they should submit to us the general direction of the city so that we can adapt or modify and eventually set the direction, total direction of the city when it comes to the problem of waste disposal. So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that we should task the present technical working group to submit to us a concrete proposal considering all laws and regulations pertaining to procurement in the Solid Waste Management Act, so that we can already set in motion whatever direction that the city will take. Thank you.
Any second? Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, before the disposition, Mr. Chair, I believe the direction has long been set. What we need actually are the details. For example, the criteria. We have already declared the direction to go towards green energy, the disposition of our waste through waste to energy projects, so that our waste can actually we can actually benefit from our waste. Those directions have already been declared, Mr. Chair, and that direction is belongs to the Sangguniang, the setting of that direction, and we have already done that. In fact, in I believe 2014, Mr. Chair, I passed a resolution declaring our the priority towards solar power, development of solar power. The directions have been set. That's why we have created technical working groups. We have created committees and councils or commissions that would recommend specific criteria, for example, for evaluating proposals for waste to energy project. That's what we believe we should expect from the committees that we have created, task forces that we have created, such as the task force for the one headed by, I believe, Mr. Mendoza, or is it Engineer Joel Martin? The criteria against which we will evaluate proposals for waste to energy project. That's what we believe we should be expecting, as what we have been expecting from these bodies that we have created. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we will give this task to the technical working group. Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, as the Chair have said, the development of the sanitary landfill will proceed as we have already agreed upon. But in conjunction with that, we should also look into the possibility that hand in hand with the development of the sanitary landfill, we will also proceed with the waste to energy facility. So on that particular aspect, Mr. Chair, maybe we can direct the technical working group to submit to us the parameters, considering all laws and procedures, so that we can already proceed hand in hand with the development of sanitary landfill, the availment of this new technology.
Okay.
The waste to energy.
Any second? Technology. Without objection, the same is approved. May we know how many days the technical working group will need for the purpose? Yes, Mr. Prilles Jr. Excluding today, because this is your birthday.
We will need a month, Your Honor, to come up with a recommendation.
So, 30 days starting tomorrow. Okay, meaning we will be expecting the report on this aspect by the technical working group on or before August 10. August 10 or 11? August 10. August 10. July has 31 days. Okay. So August 10, on or before August 10. So with that, we thank Agri-Power Incorporated, unless you still have something to say. Yes, Mr. Rivera?
Actually, my role here is just to inform the Sangguniang of the existence of this new and unique technology on waste to energy, which is transportable, very efficient. It can process small waste volume. And for example, I forgot to mention that after processing of the waste in our facility, it will only have 1 to 3% residual byproduct, which is also saleable because it can be used as fertilizer or construction materials.
Okay.
So, and lastly, I think the Honorable Councilor is talking about green energy. The best thing about this waste to energy, this is generating power 24 hours a day. Unlike solar, for example, in comparison, which will only generate around 5 hours average per day. So the productivity of, you are disposing your waste, and then yet you're generating 24 hours of electricity. And finally, I think in my limited knowledge, I think a landfill is a time bomb waiting to explode because you are accumulating gases which are very flammable, methane for example. So may life ang landfill. It can be explosive. Unlike in the case of waste to energy, you eliminate the waste, at the same time you generate revenues for the city without any cash out. I think I will negotiate with our principal, if possible, to withdraw the requirements for 2 months lease deposit. I will try. So, and also the ticket. But what we need initially right now is the 3 years financial statement of Naga for approval. That's all. And we will give you all the application form and everything, questionnaires.
Thank you, Mr. Edgardo Rivera Jr. and company for your presentation. But this LGU will have to proceed after we have considered the policy guidelines, the draft of which will still be submitted to us within a period of 30 days. Okay? So the rules are reinstated. But by the way, do we still need Engineer Joel Martin insofar as other items are concerned? There is this item number 16, right? Councilor Valdemoro. Well, this is the request for the, this is actually our request for copy of the proposals on the waste to energy projects. So we will just have to, there's no need for the, for Engineer Joel Martin. What about Mr. Willie Prelius Jr.? 18, what is that about?
The Local Development Investment Plan.
Okay. Can we immediately proceed to that item? Oh, nawara. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
I understand, Mr. Chair, that some of the department heads we have invited are
yes,
needed
okay.
At the office of the mayor for the Galing Pook entry of the city.
Okay. Thank you for...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we will proceed to the next item.
Item 2 of the special business. The copy of the memorandum of agreement to be entered into between the city and the City Social Welfare and Development Office and the Compassionate Franciscan Sisters of the Poor Incorporated, requesting authority for the City Mayor.
Councilor Elmer Ballimoro.
Mr. Chair, may I request to refer this to the Committee on Children?
The same is referred to the Committee on Children. Next item.
The letter dated July 7, 2017 of Mr. Allen Rondanga, Head CPO and Chairman, Sponsorship Committee, requesting authority to use the stretch of Evangelista Street and some portions of Plaza Rizal as booth area for Peña Francia Festival sponsors for the period September 11, 2017 from 7 p.m.
Do we need here the presence of Mr. Allen Rondanga? In which case, we temporarily defer this and instruct the Secretariat to require the presence of Mr. Rondanga. Next item. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, considering the presence of the representative of DPP pertaining to item number 4 of SBO, can we take it up, Mr. Chairman? Since Mr. Mendoza is...
Yeah, that's the next item.
Yeah. So
that's the next item. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. So, item number 4, please.
The letter dated July 6, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor requesting for authority to enter into an agreement with the Development Bank of the Philippines regarding cities' enrollment in the DBP Digital Banking Portal. Okay.
For this purpose, we acknowledge the presence of Ms. Judith Listano, and Mr. Leo Emmanuel Gagalak, both of the DBP. Yes, okay. So the rules are suspended.
Good morning po.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Can you tell us about this particular item?
Okay po. So, ito pong DBP Digital Banking Portal, isa po siyang electronic delivery channel ng mga cash management services ng DBP. For example po, yung pinopropose po natin dito sa letter is yung monitoring po ng account balances and mga transactions po na facilitate po ng LGU Naga City. And this, the product of DBP, the DBP Digital Banking Portal, will allow its users, especially ang ating city treasurer and ating city accountant, to lessen na po yung interaction with the branch personnel po, the DBP Naga, kasi real time na po nila ma-access yung mga current and available account balances po ng mga savings, checking, and also kapag yung mga time deposit po and loan accounts ng LGU with the DBP. And also, we enable po the users of DBP Digital Banking Portal to view lahat po ng mga transactions na na-facilitate po, either over-the-counter na transactions or online transactions po, if in the future we would also allow the LGU to use po yung mga services like yung fund transfers or yung mga other remittances or your bills payment facilities na enclosed din po in the service po ng DBP Digital Banking Portal. And this service po na DBP is offering to the LGU would greatly optimize po yung operations ng city treasurer and city accountant, dahil hindi na po nila kailangan tumawag sa branch, hindi na po nila kailangan mag-request via email or magdagdag ng additional charge. For example po, magre-request po ng statement of account ng mga checking accounts po ng LGU, dahil online po, ma-view na po nila, and pwede na rin po nilang ma-download yung mga reports for easier monitoring and easier reconciliation po ng mga accounting entries po natin. And the usage po of the DBP Digital Banking Portal, or DBP Squared for short, is very pinadaliin na po natin dahil para lang po siyang gumagamit ng Facebook, and also the security po ng mga accounts ng LGU na i-enroll po natin sa DBP Squared would ina-assure po natin na will be prevented against unauthorized access po, dahil patuloy po natin ini-improve yung security measures and security policies ng DBP involving the usage of DBP Digital Banking Portal po. If would the body po ba raise concern regarding sa usage po ng DBP Squared?
Any question or comment? Councilor Akid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Del Castillo.
Well, digital banking, Mr. Chair, has really improved efficiency in our banking transactions, and therefore any effort towards digitalization would really actually be appreciated. Ang question man lang po baga usually kayan is how secure really actually is the system, and whether availing of this facility would entail additional cost to the city. So yun man lang na questions, Mr. Chair.
Can you respond to that
Yes
questions?
Regarding po din sa security po, yung meron po tayong ine-employ na authorization limits po, na for example, pwede po na i-limit lang po natin kung sino po yung makaka-view ng accounts, kung sino lang po yung makaka-view ng mga transaction histories. Sina City Treasurer and City Accountant na rin po yung magde-designate po kung sino po yung mga users na allowed lang po to access this services po. And also, regarding po sa security, yung ini-employ po na security ng website po mismo is twice the extensiveness po ng mga current na online banking platforms po. Usually po kasi 128 kilobytes lang po. Ngayong sa DBP Squared po, 256, so twice po siya. And also, nag-employ din po tayo ng, as of now po, secondary password, which will prevent po access ng mga, yung keylogging activities po, na halimbawa, nakatingin po sila sa over the shoulder. Alin po? Within 1 minute of inactivity po, magla-log out na po siya. Pero within 1 minute, 1 minute po of inactivity, magla-log out po siya. Tapos 30 minutes po, hindi na po talaga, parang need na po nilang mag-re-access po ng website. 250, Opo, bale ang simple in layman's terms, it is virtually impossible na po talaga kasi kailangan po nila ng more than million times para i-try na ma-hack yung system po. No additional cost po ito dahil for account viewing lang naman po siya and monitoring po na transactions. DBP gives this service po for free. Kailangan lang po fill out ng form and borders lang po.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, same question, Mr. Chair, with that of the Honorable Arroyo as to the cost in benefit to the city.
Okay. So can we grant the request for authority? Any motion? Councilor Del Castillo?
So, Mr. Chairman, on joint and collective motion, I move that we pass the resolution authorizing the city mayor to enter into an agreement with the Development Bank of the Philippines with regard to the request of the mayor.
So on joint and collective motion as manifested by Councilor Del Castillo. Thank you, Ms. Judith Listanaw.
Thank you din po.
Okay. The rules are reinstated. Next item.
The endorsement dated July 10, 2017.
Thank you, Frank.
From His Honor the City Mayor endorsing the business proposal Waste to Energy Project in Barangay San Isidro from Mr. Eric Mir, President, Miracle Energy Technology Corporation.
For the meantime, what's the pleasure of this body? Do we request presentation or do we refer this to the Committee on Environment and Energy? To the committee? Councilor Del Castillo?
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we can refer this to the committee and also with the TWG because of the our directive to the TWG. This is similar to the request or to the presentation done as manifested by Engineer Martin way back in July 2015. Similar proposal, Mr. Chair, as that.
Okay. So this item is referred to the Committee on Environment and Energy as well as to the committee, to the technical working group. Please check item number 5 in the business proposal, stating in effect that this will be no cost to the city, according to the document. Okay. Next item.
The endorsement dated.
Okay, we take a break.
Pwede mong report si sir sa kuya niya o sa inyo. O si Sarah Jen. Tiga, naghilang si Sarah Jen eh. Natrangkaso.
We are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles. Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city. The latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership raised by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for help, health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
I believe that there's so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the city government of Naga, thank you very much to the city government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the city of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the city of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first four royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. 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 Naga smiles. Naga smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city, the latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP. Health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order, and public safety, cleanliness, and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
I believe that there's so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the City Government of Naga, thank you very much to the City Government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the City of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the City of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first 4 royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
Committee, requesting authority to use the stretch of Evangelista Street and some portions of Plaza Rizal as both area for Peña Francia Festival sponsors from September 11 to September 16.
The rules are suspended. Mr. Allen Riodonga, kindly approach the podium.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Ini po, si dati man lang po ining ko yan, tigi-request po kang office during Peña Francia Fiesta. But the change lang po ngunyan is instead of the P. Burgos area located at the back of the Plaza Quezon, we are now proposing po that our sponsors booth area be located at along Evangelista Street and some portions of Plaza Rizal. This year po, we are proposing that ito pong previous proposal na ibali po ang 15 Martires, kumbaga po, dahil na po ito, sir, ibabali, Mr. Chairman. We will just focus na lang po along Evangelista and some portions of Plaza Rizal. Kumbaga po, para ma-free up naman po so Plaza 15 Martires and makafocus din po si tao duman sa area as rest area kan mga tao.
Any comment? Question? Motion? Do we approve the request? Councilor Del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Rentoy. Okay, Councilor Rentoy.
Mr. Chairman, when we say sponsors booth po, they can do marketing. Part of the marketing is selling. But ini po, limited po ini, kumbaga, limitado po ini, talagang duman sa sponsors lang. Dahil po kita pwede magpalaog ng ibang merchandisers, not kumbaga sindang sponsors. Ang halimbawa man lang po kayan si mga telecom companies. Mr. Chair, may rules po kita. Our rules are clear. The one, they cannot merchandise or market any deadly weapon. May rules po na pinapaluwasan po kita kayan. Second po, bawal po ang liquor. Because although we have sponsors na brand po ninda liquor, pero we are not authorizing them to do such marketing activities within that area. Dahil po igwa pa man silang ibang produkto na they can market. Basta po pag liquor, deadly weapon, promoting gambling, dahil po kita nagtutugot, Mr. Chairman, na i-merchandise siya or i-market siya sa area, sa sponsors booth.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, mas maray siguro na i-utilize na ng Evangelista rather than the back of Plaza Quezon. Anyway, dahil man siya nagagamit during this period, sa kahaliputon sa naman baga siya from Elias Angelis to General Luna. Pero ang sanong problema gano'n, Mr. Chair, itong may mga paramani, baga duman, mga paraprutas, papahali unta sinda or i-relocate lang sinda somewhere?
Mr. Riodonga?
Actually, Mr. Chair, daiman po, dahil po nasa, kung mapailing po ko si mapa, there's a map, yan. Yan pong kumahiling po, yan 27, 28, ini pong 27, 28, 29, 30, yan po si Samanian. Ini po si Evangelista Street. So, dahil man po maapektaran po sinda, Mr. Chairman. Si Trimobile po, ilan po ang, actually po, during the event, may man talaga ang Trimobile. Sarado man talaga. For purposes lang po, kasi po pigpa-drone me lang po sinda para may actual po kitang ideya kung ano magiging setup. Pwede pong ibaba si mapa. Baba, di po. Si baba pa po. Yan, ini po si garo magiging itsura po duman sa lugar.
Councilor Labadia.
Can I take this opportunity na maaraman ko ang possible income na malaog sa city kung i-multiply tayo itong 31 sponsors na malaog?
Allen?
Ang expected income to Mr. Chair, may po, ini po kaya sa kabilugan na po ini Mr. Chair, kasi po ang booth po kaya part lang sa kang garong merchandising rights sa tinatauta. Ang estimate ni Mr. Chairman, ngunyan pong taon between 2.3 million to 2.6 million ang collection for the sponsorship. Although po last year we were able to collect roughly 2.9 million kan last year because there was an activity sponsored by a motorcycle company in Naga. Ito po kayo nagbayad ng 300,000. But now, garo po, dahil may ito makukuha ang ngunya na taon. So we're estimating between that amount lang po, 2.3 to 2.6 million.
Mr. Chairman, may I be clarified kasi dahil ako malinaw. Kung itong 2.9 million last year, si disbursement kadto through a trust fund or through the sa same process kang local government unit o may sarong special fund na pwedeng direct gagastuson and or ano ang system digdi sa nakokolektang mga pundo hali sa mga sponsorship, Mr. Chairman?
Allen, if you know.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, ang nakokolekta ta po na sponsorship fee nagalog po sa inapod na Peña Francia Trust Account. However po, although this is a trust account, ang pag-disburse po kani nag-aagi po sa same accounting and auditing rules. So we need to have a PO, a PR, a voucher. So regular po, regular procurement process.
Any other comment, question? If none, do I hear a motion? Councilor Del Castillo.
So with that, Mr. Chair, kulay naman ng clarification. I move that we pass an ordinance withdrawing the use of Evangelista Street for the period September 11 to 16 for this purpose.
Without objection, the same is approved on final reading.
And together with that, in that ordinance, Mr. Chair, another section, the use of a portion of Plaza Quezon adjacent to Evangelista.
Plaza
Rizal rather.
Okay, also without objection, Councilor Labadia Jr.
I-clarify ito, Mr. Chairman, yan portion of Plaza Rizal. Kung pinahiling, Mr. Chairman, itong sa Evangelista na pirang item, maaraman taman, arin yan portion. Masakit yan, Mr. Chairman, ang Plaza Rizal. Natatandaan ko ang provincial government nag-i-income dyan almost for that just purpose na yan, almost 1 million ang Plaza Rizal, Mr. Chairman. Kaya pag sinabi tang portion arin dyan para malinaw ni Mr. Chairman sa sa Evangelista, pero maaraman ta lang arin dyan sa arin na portion ang sinasabi ta sa Plaza Rizal, Mr. Chairman.
Allen, please.
Mr. Chairman, inilang pong portion po, dyan po kaya baga sa Plaza Rizal, igwa po dyan yung mga manian sa kaprutasan. Kaya lang po, igwa na pong mga magkapira dyan, nagsararado na. So, kumbaga po, hinarali na si mga stalls sinda. So, ito pong hinalian, ito po si proposed ko na pong gamiton man lang. So, basically po, mayaman gayo. Ini pong 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So, iyan lang pong area iyan. And, one stall po, a booth digit po sa area ini. Tayo ini po talaga sa tuo lang po pag dahil man po yun na-utilize and ini pong part digit sa katait po kang massage area po kang mga PWD sa po visually impaired. Iyan lang po. Yan lang pong duwa. Si pinaka kuyan po digit sa harani sa may gazebo. Pero po ini po si dati po yan ang mga stalls man lang dyan na tig-utilize po sa manian.
So, Mr. Chairman, ang gusto sabihin sa ang portion kang sinasabi sa portion kang Plaza Rizal is 2 meter by 2 meter. And then, duwang 4 meter by 4 meter. So, yun lang ang mini-mention sa ordinansa na pwedeng gamiton sa Plaza Rizal.
I think that's correct.
Yan.
Okay. So with that clarification, Councilor Greg Abonal.
But yung, Mr. Chairman, yung booths identified as number 27 to 31 plus 1 and 2 may not be selling their products. Display lang yan. Kasi nakalog din sa plaza eh. Dahil kung pwede sindang magtinda dyan, didagdagan ta na lugod.
So can we clarify that for stalls identified as 1 and 2 will only be for purposes of displaying items or products of the sponsoring entity?
Mr. Chairman, actually po, the purpose really is ini pong excuse me po, ini pong booth number 1 and booth number 2 na dakula pong 4 by 4 meters. Ini po ko ta intended ini duman sa co-presenter ni normally po telecom companies ini po. Ang normal po nindang ginigibo is may display ning SIM cards, may services duman promoting si sa indang service. Dahil ko lang po aram, Mr. Chairman, kung maka-classify siyang selling na ikaw po nag-a-apply duman ning pwede ka magpa-apply katong form sa plan sa postpaid or prepaid. Digdi po sa areang ini, Mr. Chairman, sa mga manian ini po si target po ko taligdiyo si mga kuyan po baga mga soft drink and beverage sponsors sa area pong ini. Kumbaga po iyan po si garsoning kang iniisip po kang sponsorship committee.
Councilor Del Rosario, we will go back to the issue raised by Councilor Abonal.
Sa kaya, Mr. Chair, itong mga sa inta i-relocate si mga trimobile, Mr. Chair, diyan sa Evangelista.
Alin?
Sir Allen.
Si proposal ni po, Mr. Chairman, kung pwede po, mailipat muna po, sir, temporarily si mga at any rate po, kuya man lang po yan, total talagang pirmiman talagang mayo po dyan nagpipila pag ano na, pag parada. So, pero po kung sakali magbalik po, suggestion po ko na situngod mo na po katong bagang sa Value Camp Pure Gold. Si dati po nindang ino-occupy kadto. Na gilid man po giraray kang plaza. At any rate, Mr. Chairman, digdi po kaya lang po, dahil po na ko yan. Digi na po yan sa part na ini kang plaza. Hindi po sa part na ini.
Meaning beside Plaza Rizal?
Beside Plaza Rizal po.
Will that not contribute to traffic congestion in the area?
Normally, Mr. Chairman, ang experience mi po, daiman po nakaka-affect. Kasi po, actually po, iribanan man po yan hindi kang mga jeepneys. Tabawal lang po dyan ang parking. Normally po, si mga, pag piyesta po, babaan talaga ninda yan kang tricycle sa kang jeepneys. Pagpipiesta po. Pero po pag normal days, dyan po talaga sinda sa Evangelista Street.
Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo and then Councilor Del Castillo.
Yes, clarification, Mr. Chair. So, ito tabing 15 Martires, talagang totally na itamalag ng mga booth duman?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, actually po, nag-decide na po si committee na kung pwedeng dalagang daina, si monitoring man po kaya kang committee. At least umahiling mi na kung mayo kaya talaga duman, sarong hirilingan mi lang, araming igwang nag-violate kang rules sa plaza, kung mayo duman yung booth.
So, I think that's really
sa plaza, 15 Padres Maipo.
Yes, that's a really welcome development, Mr. Chair. Tangarig maging available man talaga ang plaza for its real purpose. So do we take it to mean na hanggang 31 lang talaga ang mga booths and then itong major na 3 booths? Ang concern ko, Mr. Chair, di ba daw kulong talaga na puro na nagtitirindahan dyan? Sisay ang concern dabing office to ensure na yan mangyayari?
Last year, Mr. Chair, ang partner namin po dyan, ang Task Force Comet. Last year po, magayon si Kuyan, magayon man po si naging resulta duman sa likod kang plaza. Talaga pong malinig. Kung sponsor po, sponsor lang talaga ang yaon. Malinig po talaga. Naging problem lang po talaga last year, itong pagbukas ta po kang Kuyan, haralian man sinda. So, garo po, ito man si main concern talaga ninda, na dahil sinda itong, kumbaga ito taman pong marketing right sa inda, dahil man ninda na exercise. Task Force Comment, Mr. Chair. Right now po, ang Task Force Comment head na po, si Inspector Ingero na, Sir Lit, ano pa? Inspector compose po siya kang PNP and some of our PSO constables.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Totally mayong magamit ka na Plaza 15 Martires, Mr. Chairman.
That was already made clear.
And with regard to the concern of the itong mga tri-mobile na nagpaparada dyan, actually, I just don't know kung may ordinance ang city which allows those tri-mobile unit to use portion of Evangelista as their terminal. Because as far as I know, Mr. Chairman, we have no existing ordinance allowing them to make that part of Evangelista as their terminal. In fact, they are not allowed to use terminals. So, maya man sigurong question pag-abot na duman, Mr. Chair. So, anytime pwede, since we are withdrawing it from public servitude, they have no business making it as terminal.
Okay. Can we go back to the concern raised earlier by Councilor Greg Abonal as to stalls identified as 1 and 2? Councilor Elmer Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro po, the booth 1 and 2, pero promotional man lang po siya. Dahil man siya maluwas talaga na itong nagpapabakal. So, since po we need sponsors na kaipuhan for this fiesta, we might as well as agree na ipa-utilize po yan 1 and 2 for the promotional of the 2 telecom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, with that understanding, okay, we go back to the motion of Councilor Del Castillo. Do I hear a second? Second. Without objection, the same is approved on final reading. Okay. Councilor Abonal.
My question, Mr. Chairman, included 27 to 31. Kung baga soft drinks yan o kung ano, that means they'll be selling.
The same. The treatment should be the same for 1 and 2 as well as the rest.
And in other words, they will be allowed to sell.
They will not be allowed to sell. They will be allowed to conduct promotional activities.
Including exchange of goods and money. Pag nagribayan ka, Mr. Chairman, ang kwarta sa goods or services, that's selling and buying. Ang punto ko lang is, may ordinansa. Di haliw lang ordinansa o bagaman mag-declare na on these dates, the ordinance does not apply. And therefore, we can add so many more booths.
Okay. Let us clarify that, Allen. Insofar as stalls 1 to 26, there being a withdrawal from public servitude of the area, selling can be allowed thereon. But with respect to stalls 27 to 31, including 1 and 2, no, only promotional activities, excluding exchanges of money and item. Given that this is a plaza, and given that we have an ordinance prohibiting selling in the area. Councilor Elmer Balimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Iyan po sigurong 1 and 2 with orange color. Ito yung promotional only. But then yun pong 27 to 31, kung ipoprohibit yan, Mr. Chair, ang selling, yan pong mga stall na yan, yan mga without number, nagbebenta po yan. Iyon yan, itong mga fruit stand, and ito yung mga manian. So what's the difference? Kung dito yan pa, yan 27 to 31, dito tutugutan na magbenta.
What is the disposition of this body?
Actually po, Mr. Chairman, si reality po, may selling po talaga mangyayari because these are beverages po ini. May selling po talaga siya.
What about stalls 1 and 2?
Siguro Mr. Chairman will make na lang representations with our sponsors sa telcos. Probably po we'll just allow them na lang po, probably one for their promotion and another one booth either in Evangelista or that part where they can do their selling. Pero po hindi po siguro pong 1 and 2 pagkaro po si presence na lang ninda.
Okay.
For promotions.
Okay. Okay. Sige. Thank you, Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We proceed to the next item. The rules are reinstated.
Item number 6 of the special business. The endorsement dated July 10, 2017, classified as urgent from the Commission of the City Mayor. For immediate action, the memorandum of agreement entered into in between the city and the Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Any motion? Motion? So I think here we are being requested to ratify the MOA dated July 10, 2017. This is in connection with the ongoing Bicol Business Month. The undertaking of the city is to provide financial support in the amount of 600,000 pesos. I think this was previously agreed to. Okay. So this will authorize the release of the corresponding amount. This is under Article 3. Okay. Can we already ratify this? Any motion? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, may agreement kaya duman, Mr. Chairman, during the committee hearing. Siguro dapat yaon lang duman na after kaini yung 1-month celebration or activity, there will be a continuous meeting para sa next year na. There will be a next mga activity na masunod. Kaya maaraman ta lang siguro. I would rather move, Mr. Chairman, that we take this up under the last item in today's session, so that we can review. Some of us would like to see kung saan nakakag itong mga napag-ulayan sa committee hearing. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so this item is temporarily deferred. Next item.
Item number 2 of the unfinished business, resolution number 2017-332, sponsored by Honorable Gregorio R. Abunal, authorizing the City Mayor to enter into a MOA with the SM Prime Holdings with respect to free admission benefits to senior citizens and persons with disabilities. With the note of the City Mayor, we don't have staff to man cinemas every day for the consideration.
Councilor Abunal.
Therefore, we'll not need any more personnel. Kasi pag pig-swipe na niyan duman sa ticket, dahil nakaipon sa primerong linya. Basically, the purpose of the recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is for the convenience of senior citizens. Ang SM, dahil manapalaog earlier than 10 o'clock. Ang sinihan nasa second floor. Dahil man sinda papalaogon sa second floor. So, 10 o'clock lang sinda pwedeng maralaog, madali sakat duman sa second floor, mapirila, duman sa I-serve para ma-verify na sindaman agad senior citizen, etc. And rini-record duman sa monitoring file nila to show na nakasini na for the particular week. Now, you can imagine how long that line is. Si Mike kayang magduman, I suggest that you go there and see between 10 to 10:30. Ang pila po dyan, Mr. Chairman, halabaon. Mapila sinda para duman sa I-serve, pagkatapos kayo, mapila naman sinda duman sa ticket. The purpose of the barcode sa ID was to get rid of the first line up. Okay. Pag hinali po ito, Mr. Chairman, we don't need manpower from I-serve and we don't need manpower from OSCA. They go directly duman sa ticketing. Now, of course, yung procedure kang SM, dahil sa cloud. Ano ba ang procedure nila? Pipresent. So, ID is a swipe ninda or iba barcode reader, but they also need to sign. Yung mga masini na pirma pa man, data na po ito control system man ninda yan. So, if the concern therefore is manpower, we don't need the manpower that is feared for this particular item.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Abunal, for that explanation. Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May we know po to Councilor Abunal, who will man ito pong ma-swipe ng barcode?
Ito po kaya duman to sa pagre-release ng ticket. Ang pagre-release ng ticket sa sistema ngunyan natao sinda kadtong hali sa iServe, nahali ko asinda kadto hali sa iServe, and then they're given the ticket, and then they're asked to sign na booklet pa, nahanap pa, etc. And that takes time. Hanap kang pangaran. There are 12,000 of them listed. Sabi yung na sa 1,000 katao sa sarong simana, that's still 1,000. Ngayon, say nga ma-swipe ka to, say ma-barcode ka to, sila nag-release ng ticket. The worst is na magagadsing na rin tao na magibukayan. That's the worst. But I don't think they will allow outsider duman sa booth na ito. Siyempre, SM personnel niya.
Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, maray po itong naisipan na barcode na lang. But then the apprehension or the predicament of the city mayor, Mr. Chair, kung ia-allow ta na Monday to Friday, any screening hour, usually ang SM po may 4 na sinihan. Kung any time of the day, it will need na mabantay manggiraray duman to check kung ito pong dahil po gusto taman ma-ensure na itong binabayaran tama. Kung any time of Monday to Friday masini ang senior citizen plus the PWD, so it will need na may magbantay manggiraray duman kumpara sa kung ang gigibuhon lang is Monday and Tuesday first screening hour. So iyon lang po itong time na igwa kitang ipapadara duman ning tao na ma-check kung pira talaga itong mai-charge sa satuya. And mag-anticipate garo kita, Mr. Chair, na baka ang Robinson mag-offer maning the same benefits sa senior citizen and PWD. And most likely, senior citizens will also request na igwa maning screening for them at Robinson. So kung mangyayari po araw kayan, baka mas dakul itong kaipuhantang personahe na mabantay for that. So ako, Mr. Chair, naintindihan ko na although it is favorable sa mga senior citizen and PWD na any time of the day, any time of the week makakasinisinda, pero gusto taman ma-ensure na itong mabantayan itong binabayaran sa SM. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. May I know from the Honorable Abunal if this barcoding, proposed barcoding system is ready for what? For use?
Mr. Chairman, the IDs already have barcodes.
So what else do we need for us to completely utilize the this feature under the new ID?
Ang sabi ko, Mr. Chairman, ang SM, kung ang SM magsabi na kita ma-provide kan si barcode reader, then OSCA will have to buy the barcode reader. Big project na po yan, Mr. Chairman, na araw ka na ang pwedeng investment na digdi. Okay. As to the question na kaipuan may magbantay to make sure na ang pibabayadan tayo tuman sa nang nagamit, dahil man po yan ma-register, Mr. Chairman, kung dahil ma-barcode o dahil ma-swipe. In other words, SM, unless na may barcode sindang tambak, pagparabasahong para, which I don't think they will do.
Yeah.
Ang babayadan ta sa laman, so actual na nag-agi duman.
Okay.
As to the question of Robinson and all the others, that can be taken up when that comes. But I suppose this can be a model already.
Okay.
Ang sa akin lang, Mr. Chairman, is na ang mga senior citizens na nakatirindog yan for minutes, sometimes mga 30 minutes, Pagkatapos malawag sinda, nakapuruo na nga ang pelikula, nasa katahawan na ngayon makalawag kami, etc. That is because, pag Monday, saro lang pwedeng nilang laogan. Pag Tuesday, saro sa naman hindi pwedeng laogan. But if you have 2,000 senior citizens and PWD wanting to see the movies, and there are 20 times slots, mas dikit ang sarusuan. But if you get them all together sa one slot on Monday and one slot on Tuesday, talagang matipon po dyan. Okay. Magkagastos man kita, Mr. Chairman, it's worth the convenience naman para sa senior citizens saka sa PWD. Okay. Otherwise, all the lineup and kadakul-dakul po ngot. Now, that is without prejudice to reklamo man kan mga taga-SM. May reklamo man sinta kayan, kundi nga kuday man po yan masusolver ka niyong barcode na ini. Di irihi man da sa loob, Mr. Chairman. Mariribok ka, etc. etc. Nga kuday ko po pwedeng masolver yan kang barcode.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. I understand your explanation. The note of the city mayor is premised on on the current situation. But if the barcode reader would be made available, indeed there will be no need for even the current manpower. There will be no need for that, and therefore there will be no need also for additional manpower. But apparently the barcode reader is not yet available. So the compromise solution, I think, is for us to reword Article 2, Section A, if that is all right with the proponent. We retain the previous one with the modification that should barcode reader be made available, the privilege may be availed from Monday to Friday.
Yeah, when the barcode reading facility or equipment is made available, then it can go.
Yes.
Di man pwede. One last note, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Ito pong MOA na ipig-present is really template nationwide. I am informed na lahat daw ganyan. And that is why, that's what we are getting. Okay? Nevertheless, I am informed, though I have not verified, that there are at least 2 cities na they can go anytime during the day for 5 days. And therefore, yung sinasabing template kang SM management or whatever is just a template but has actually accommodated variation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Councilor Badlimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Mr. Chair, the concern of the PWD sector. Sa kunyan po, we just passed the enhanced ID for the PWD. Sa kunyan po, mayo pang barcode ang mga ID kang PWD. So, if implement po yan, day makakasinin na ang PWD. Dahil mayo pang barcode ang mga ID kang PWD. Another, Mr. Chair.
They can still on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Then, Mr.
Because
Chair,
insofar as they are concerned, there is no barcode reader.
Pag inalaw ta na, Mr. Chair, yan Monday to Friday, mayo na po itong first screening na to. Any time of the day, they could see a movie. So, na pong mabantay. So, ang PWD po, mayo pang barcode ang ID. Kaya, paano na sinda makasini? Another, Mr. Chair, Ang SM po, nag-propose kayan, partnership po ba gayan, dahil may certain amount na piso shoulder man kang SM Foundation. And gusto po nila, first screening, ma-accommodate ang mga senior citizens and PWD dahil ito po yung time na dikit pa lang ang parasini. Kung makikisabayan duman sa mga peak hours, pero disadvantage na po yan sa Sainda. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any reaction from Councilor Abonel?
Kaya nga po makikinegotiate sa SM. Dahil ito punto de vista kang SM, kita man makikinegotiate kang punto de vista. Yung concern about barcode sa PWD, well, duman sa first Monday, Tuesday screening, pwede sinda duman. Okay? Even without the barcode, they go through the regular process. Secondly, ang barcode po, bakong difficile kibuhon na ipoprogram yan. That's what we were able to do here.
Motion? Any motion? I propose a modification, if that is all right. The Honorable Rakid Arroyo is asking as to who will provide the barcode reader.
Naturally, all the systems, the process, the worst would be na kung ang SM magsabi na kamo ngayang magbakal, tawan nindo kami. That's only about 2,000 yung barcode reader.
How much is what is?
That's about 2,000, Mr. Chairman.
Only 2,000 pesos.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tigagamit na po yun sa mga libraries, sa mga kuwan.
Oh, okay.
Because it has become cheap already.
I think Councilor Del Rosario is volunteering to shoulder the barcode reader.
No, Mr. Pigilin ko lang po itong pigsabing oras na first showing para garo allotted sa mga senior citizen.
And
kasi po may mga senior citizen man pong medyo ugto na mata. Aro po kay Councilor Vidal medyo ugto na kaya pwedeng yun. Kasi ko favorable dapat man sa both sides kang armo ang SM siyempre pag-isip niya man sino gusto niya man. Kita man si welfare man kan mga citizen.
Okay. So if it is okay with you, we just modify section 2, article 2, section A in the manner I suggested. Meanwhile that there is no barcode reader Monday to Tuesday. If there is already a barcode reader, anytime. But then of course, this is subject to agreement by SM. Even if we say this particular condition, if SM does not agree with it, we cannot do anything about it. Okay? With that understanding, we modify the resolution. Upon motion of Councilor Greg Abonel, without objection, same is approved. Next item.
The letter dated June 30, 2017 from the City Treasurer submitting the information gathered on the activities conducted by the Caceres Sports Arena.
Games, Committee on Games and Amusement.
The letter dated June 3, 2017 from Mr. Clemente Lontoc San Juan, President Cabartuda, inquiring the status on the issue of white zone via Balatas Kararayan Road.
Okay, what do we,
Mr. Chair,
what do we tell the requesting party? Councilor Joselito Del Rosario.
Actually po, kang nakaagi pong mga session may mga discussions po kita tungkol digdi sa white zone, digdi sa Balatas Kararayan na special franchise. Actually po, as this representation is concerned, medyo dahil ko nang kaya nasundan si issue. Kaya, Mr. Chair, I would like to request the Secretary or the Secretariat to update us on the status kaning discussion dyan sa Kabartoda, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So for the meantime, Mr. Chair, na hinahanap pa rin si documents, I move that we defer consideration of this habang pighahanap pa po si ibang documents.
Can the Secretary, will the Secretary be able to provide us the information before we adjourn? Or would you like that this be calendared for our next regular session with instruction to the Secretary to provide us an update in writing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And to include that update in writing in the order of business for our next regular session.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the Secretary is instructed. Next item.
The letter dated June 27, 2017 of Mr. Hernando Esquivel, Operations Manager, request for 90-day e-trike trial run extension.
What is the pleasure of Councilor Joselito del Rosario on this?
EB-well extension.
Mr. Chair, siguro, I move that we refer this to the Committee on Transport, Mr.
Okay, so this is referred to the Committee on Transportation. Next item.
The letter of Mr. Manny Diswangco, suggesting inputs on no parking area.
We refer items 6, 7 to the Committee on Transportation.
Number 8, the urgent motion to cancel hearing on administrative case number 2015-02, Lolita Palmones, complainant, versus Dennis Alamer, respondent. And administrative case number 2015-03, Joanna Bante et al., complainants, versus Dennis Alamer.
This is moot and academic because the supposed hearing was last July 7. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, we have conducted a hearing last July 7 at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
And the committee, the Blue Ribbon Committee, directed both parties to submit their respective position paper on or before July 28 of this year.
Okay.
So that's the answer to that.
Okay, so we just take note of the urgent motion. Next item. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo.
Letter dated July 3, 2017 from Engineer Rolly Campillas of the Housing and Settlement Development Office, informing that Villa El Nido subdivision is not a project under the Cantabay sa Kauswagan program.
I think this is in connection with the pending matter before the Committee on Land Use, right? So we refer this to the Committee on Land Use. Councilor Rocky Arroyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. May we request a comment from the City Planning and Development Office because we were informed by the CPDO that it is under the Kaantabay sa Kausugan program. That they should verify the matter with the HSDO.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So the Secretary will have to furnish CPDO copy of this letter coming from HSDO and require CPDO its comment given its previous representation that the project is under the Kaantabay sa Kauswagan program. So instructed. Next item.
The report to the Committee on Transport.
Councilor Del Rosario for the report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. May I request that the Chair acknowledge the report of the Committee on Transport.
The report is duly acknowledged.
Mr. Chair, the committee hearing was conducted last July 5. May I go directly to the matters. One, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Pending matter, Pending matters, Mr. Luis P. Marasigan and Mr. Carmelito P. Marasigan. Mr. Chair, as to the disposition, upon verification of the records on file, the committee found the same to be complete and in order, except for the above-mentioned observation that the applicant has to comply. So therefore, on motion...
Wait. You are reporting the...
July 5 report.
July 5, not the June 23.
Mr. Chair, may I request acknowledgement of the June 23 report of the Committee on Transport?
Okay, that report, your report is acknowledged.
First item, first endorsement dated June 9, endorsing the new application for Trimobile franchise of the following. May I go directly to the disposition?
Please proceed.
Finding the documents submitted are complete and in order, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of resolution granting approval of the transfer of the Trimobile franchise of 1 from Encarnacion F. Tan to Hazel Jane T. Esplana of Villafranca Subdivision, Liboto, Naga City to franchise 0109 and 1353. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Same is approved.
First endorsement dated June 15, endorsing the new application for the removal franchise of the following. So the disposition, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Finding the documents are complete and in order, on motion of Honorable Sanchez Jr., duly seconded by Mr. Darilay, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang for the passage of resolution granting approval of transfer of franchise of from Evelyn I. Pintang to Bon Joey I. Pintang of Lot 8, Belleville Home Subdivision, San Felipe, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 7 of Miss Amy Jane S. Gomez, owner of Trimobile Unit, requesting to allow her to condone and or waive the payment for amnesty. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
On motion of Honorable Sanchez Jr., duly seconded by Mr. Darilay, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to deny the request of Miss Amy Jane S. Gomez for the condonation of the payment of amnesty fee of 55,000 and further resolved to grant her 30 days to comply and submit documents relative to the processing of transfer of Trimobile franchise with body number 1017. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 1 of Herbert F. Intia, owner, Special Trimobile Franchise, Tangerine, informing that he will already surrender his Trimobile franchise. As to the disposition, on motion of Mr. Darilay, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to accept the request of Mr. Herbert F. Intia of Zone 1, Pacol Urban, Naga City, to surrender the franchise of his Trimobile unit with body number 022 and further recognize that he has settled all fees and penalties. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, undated letter of Ms. Juna Fernandez of Barangay Igualdad, owner of Trimobile unit with sidecar 0643, requesting for reconsideration and SP resolution number 2017-223. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, jointly seconded by Mr. Darilay and Mrs. Cabantog, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to deny the request of Ms. Juna Fernandez for another 30 days extension within which to renew the processing of Trimobile franchise. But during the committee hearing, we requested Ms. Fernandez to appear before us and appeal to the honorable members of the Sangguniang, but I think it's not around this. So I move that we deny the request for the further extension of another 30 days. I so move.
Any second? Is there an objection? If none, the same is... Yes, Councilor Baldimoro? Okay, we consider that an objection. But before resolving the motion, may I be clarified what is meant by this subject to appeal? The recommendation is to deny the request.
Subject to her appearance this morning, and that the committee chairman will propose to the body that we allowed her to speak, and appeal for the...
Was Ms. Jonah Fernandez notified of...
I suppose, Mr. Chair, because during the committee hearing, we requested her to appear during the session. If she's really hell-bent on processing her papers, then he will attend
okay.
the session.
Okay. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand po na pinabakal ng prangkesa, and they just requesting to grant them a 30-day period para po ma-process ang papeles. And on the second report of the Committee on Transport, Mr. Chair, may saro duman na pinagbigyan na to give 30 days. So baka po pararehas na lang ang disposition ta. Kung duman sa July 5 na report may sarong pinagbigyan na tauhan ng 30 days na mag-asikaso, why not give the requesting party for a 30 day para pararehas lang si disposition. May saro po kayang matter duman sa July 5 report na tinawan ning chance natawan giraray ng 30 days. Bahala na po siya kung paano niya maasikaso itong papeles niya. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Yes, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, para siguro uniform ang disposition or consistent kita in our disposition. Since nag-set kita ng deadline, there was a deadline set within which application should be submitted. But there are also certain cases where we reconsider. Dapat lang klaro kung ano yung basis kang reconsideration. In this case, may we know the reason of the committee for recommending the denial, aside from the fact that it was filed out of time? Aside, if there are other reasons.
Actually, ma'am, that's the only reason. That's the only reason the appeal was filed way beyond the period as stated in the resolution.
Then, can we defer consideration of this matter until the committee report on July 5 was mentioned by the Honorable?
Yeah, I remember it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I move to defer consideration, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so this item is deferred.
Next item, thank you, Madam. Letter dated June 15 of Mr. Victor General Ocampo, Tri-Mobile Operator, earnestly appealing again for an extension of another 30 days within which to secure the clearance from the BIR and favorable consideration of the attached voter certification. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, finding COMELEC registration on file and Mr. Victor General Ocampo manifestation that is a registered voter of Naga City as of 2014 and has no more problem with the BIR, thereby finding no more reason for the request of an extension for another 30 days. On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to direct the Tri-Mobile Task Force to process the transfer of Tri-Mobile franchise of the unit with body number 1263. I move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 13 of Mr. Gerald Francis B. Soler, requesting for an extension of 45 days to complete the requirements. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, finding the request to be meritorious, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to grant Mr. Gerald Francis B. Soler 30 days only to comply with all the requirements for the transfer of Tri-Mobile franchise. I so move, Mr. Chair. From the receipt of notice.
Yes, by then, Mr. Chair, that period would have already expired, the 30 days from the time, because when extensions are requested, it is from the time of the expiry of the previous deadline. So, when was the previous deadline set? What was the date where the first deadline expired? Kasi kung 30 days from receipt of this disposition, that would be way more than 30 days that they had already.
Or during the time of the committee hearing, Madam?
Because, for example, if they were requesting for extension of 45 days, then that 45 days should be reckoned from the time the first period has expired.
So why not just grant the request for 45 days extension, but to be reckoned
the expiration
from date of expiration of the original period, rather than grant 30 days, but to be reckoned from date of receipt. And considering that the hearing was made June 23, you have effectively given not just 45 days, but probably 60 or more days.
I restate the final motion, Mr. Chair, that we grant extension of 45 days to Mr. Gerald Francis B. Soler as requested.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 16 of Mr. Ismael R. Salting Jr. asking for reconsideration to renew his Trimobile franchise. The disposition, Mr. Chair, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to deny the request of Mr. Ismael R. Salting Jr. for a grant of another 30 days extension in compliance with the expired franchise.
Again, the question is, from what date should we compute the 30-day period? Is 30 days the request?
This is another 30 days, Mr. Chair. Another 30 days extension.
So meaning from the 30-day period will have to be reckoned from the original expiration date. Okay? Any second? Any second? Councilor Akid Arroyo?
Again, this is a recommendation different from the previous one. May we know the basis of the recommendation, because that one is actually denying it, in effect denying it, the one that we defer. This one is granting it. May we know the reason?
Based on the facts and findings, Madam, the proponent came to Sangguniang more than 2 months after he received the first the Honorable Del Castillo denied the request of the applicant for the extension for the expired project. It has been more than 2 months before he showed up to renew the franchise. It has been more than 2 months before he wrote. So na-receive niya po si notice, then nagpalampas siya ning base naman sa documents sa pigiling me, naglampas ning more than 2 months before he appealed to the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
According to item 2 of the facts and findings, the requesting party was not immediately informed by the sister. Apparently, it was the sister who received the communication coming from this body. Is the sister, is the requesting party living in the same household as the... Okay.
No, Mr. Chair, as during the committee hearing, we were told that Mr. Salting garo sinasa Manila, si Mr. Romeo Salting sinasa Manila, na-receive kan si sister niya, dahil man tulos na communicate. Actually, Mr. Chair, we requested them to come over And para nga niya ako ma-explain manindo si side nindo kasi denial na ini kan si nahiling ko sinda dyan Mr. Chair subagong early part of the session. But
I think we should have been more strict if they are living in the same residence. But in this case, apparently the requesting party was in Manila. So we should be kinder.
It's the committee's sentiment, Mr. Chair, that we should be kinder.
We should be kinder, and therefore your recommendation should be what? To grant.
To grant.
If that is the case. Oh, motion.
We grant, Mr. Chair. We grant.
Any second? Same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 1 of Ms. Edna A. Santo Domingo. Disposition, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Finding the documents as required for the renewal of Trimobile franchise to be in order on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr. The body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang to request Ms. Edna Santo Domingo to process and submit all the requirements for the transfer of Trimobile franchise to the Trimobile Task Force.
Any second? Same is approved.
Next item, letter dated May 31st of Ms. Emma R. Chancoco, operator, returning Trimobile City with sidecar number 0230 to the Trimobile Task Force. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, the body resolved to accept the request of Ms. Emma Chancoco to surrender the franchise of her Trimobile with body number 0230. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 2 of Ms. Felicidad Ostiniana of Barangay Santa Cruz, San Fernando, Camarines Sur, asking for assistance to help them resolve the commuters' concern at the LCC terminal in Naga City. In addition to the disposition, Mr. Chair, we requested the LCC management to convey to the drivers that they should help the passengers in especially during night time. Sa request po ni Ms. Ostiniana, na sabi niya duman na lalo na pag si mga last trips na kulang ng maraming mga auto kaya nagmamadali and minsan makahirak na po si mga babae pati si mga babaeng estudyante yaon na sa atupkan si mga bihikulo nila. So we request, Mr. Chair, the LCC Terminal Management and the Jeepney Association to have a dialogue in addition to the earlier manifestation and to act upon the request of the proponent.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 5 of Mr. Hill Belen et al. Asking permission to continue operation of their Prosa e-trike, which was given 90 days test run. And another item related to that, letter dated June 8 of Mr. Victorino Borbi Jr., Mr. Vicente Macalintal, Mr. Ronnie Clotario, Mr. Reynaldo Sudsod, and Mr. Hill Belen of Prosa Electric Tricycle e-trike, asking for an extension of their 5 units of e-trike to continue their operation. Pareho pong contents in that. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair,
okay.
On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to direct the following persons: 1. Hill F. Belen, Vicente Macalintal, Reynaldo Sudsod, Victorino Borbi Jr., and Ronnie Clotario to comply and submit all documents for consideration for the transfer of franchise for e-trike to the Trimobile Task Force, and further resolved for the Prosa e-trike to stop its service as to the 90-day period for test run that already expired. There are two parts in this disposition. Ito pong inot ng mga pigngaranan we requested to submit the documents for consideration of the Trimobile Task Force, and another disposition that we direct the Prosa e-trike to stop its operation temporarily because the test run has already expired.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
Before the approval of the disposition of the committee, Mr. Chairman, Ang malinaw na urulay dyan, Mr. Chairman, is that kung ano si ginibo duman sa inot na company na naglaog, same with man ang gigibuhon sa mga masunod na malaog ng mga company. So, ang hahagadon ko, Mr. Chairman, primero si report kang Public Safety Office, si report ninda na nakakabit duman, Mr. Chairman, may attachment na si everyday na pagre-report ninda kung ano si sitwasyon. And then, Mr. Chairman, ang pangalawa, kung si e-trike kang prosa nakasakat man duman sa panikwason, tayo man yan si ginibo katong nainot. And then number 3, Mr. Chairman, si detalye kang motor and mga si detalye kang sa indang motor. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, na before the approval kang suggestion kang committee, makuata na mo na ini yung mga hinahagad parehas duman sa ginibuta sa mga nagkairinot, Mr. Chairman.
Any comment from the chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, during the committee hearing, that was the manifestation of this representation.
Okay.
That we request the PSO to substantiate, not bakulang generalization si mga recommendation, but mas detalyado. Actually, contained po yan sa item number 14 na yung susunod ng.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Akida Arroyo.
The first portion of the disposition, where is that based? Because the item does not speak anything about transfer of franchise. Where did that come from? May we know?
Actually po, Madam, iyo po ni si 5 members kang prosa na nag-apply for franchise kang prosa. Kaya lang katong pigsarabay mi po ni sa committee hearing, pig-manifest mi po sa committee na i-substantiate kang PSO si report niya. Kaya we're not really keen on pushing for the first disposition, Madam. Kasi yaw po yan sa second disposition. So, I move that we defer consideration of yung mga pangaran subject to the request to the PSO na mag-submit. Pero it's the intent of the committee, Mr. Chair, that we will be approving this as far as the committee is concerned. Kasi nailing lang po, gusto lang pong fully substantiated si documents ay sasabitin. As what we did during sa part katong ito pong yellow, kan nag-test run kita sa yellow, Mr.
Yes, but the disposition is not addressing any of the subject matter. So, are you moving that you remove that first portion of the recommendation? Kasi mayo kayang basis yung recommendation. It's not an agenda. It's not in the facts finding.
Madam Chair, I move that we defer consideration of the first part of the report. And second, that we direct the PSO to complete its report to the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Any second?
In 10 days. Upon receipt of the committee report.
Okay. Councilor Abonal.
What happens to the original recommendation, that is for the units to stop operation since the 90-day period has expired? Di pa po i-implement yan, tamahalat kita ng report from PSO? Is that what is meant or iba naman?
Councilor Del Rosario. Okay.
Chairman, can I take this opportunity?
Yes, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Primero kay Mr. Chairman, tinaawan tang 90 days ang prosa. So gusto sabihon, pundo na muna sila kang operation hanggang mayong report sa mayong approval ang Sangguniang Panlungsod. Yan ang pinakamalinaw. So, garo ang sinasabi kang committee na deliver na muna nila ang 90 days. So, ano man ang action sa gabos na hinahagad kang prosa, stop muna. Yan ang malinaw. Si operation, saka si ibang mga detalye, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Chair. Yes, Councilor.
Actually, during the previous session, it was discussed in open session that we direct the proponent, the PROSA, to stop its operation. Then, as far as the report, we directed the PSO na in attendance during the committee hearing, Mr. El Camel and the PNP, to submit to us the detailed and substantiated report as far as the recommendation as far as PROSA e-trike is concerned.
I understand the PROSA had in fact stopped operating.
Yes. Actually, Mr.
Okay. The information that reached me is they stop unless a contrary information would tell otherwise.
They stopped, Mr. Chair, but during the Vice Mayor's League conference, they offered their services for free sa mga Vice Mayors. After the Vice Mayor's conference, nag-stop ang ginagawa sila.
Okay.
PABX o sa Kamsur.
Okay. Councilor Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, this does not apply exclusively to PROSA, but it applies to all that request for test runs. Is it clear to them and to us what is being tested?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Yes, during the grant of the 90-day test run to the proponent, we stipulated that yung parameters na susundon, and yaw po yan naman naka-embodied sa resolution, Mr. Chair. Iyon po itong pigahagad ng report sa PSO na kumpleto nilang isubmit sa ito.
Yeah, and therefore, mayroon dyan yung parang checklist kang test, which should be submitted by the PSO on an individual unit basis or on general basis.
General na po. General. Because para yung units man siya. They belong to the same company and almost para man si
In so far as PROSA e-trike is concerned, there is this letter report addressed to the city mayor. Was this the one considered by the committee? This one dated June 7, 2017, attached to the letter to Mayor Jan, which was endorsed to us.
Yes. Sa matter pa, kang nahilimi po yan, Mrs. Sir, gusto ming detalyihon nga ni kang PSO. Gusto ming detalyihon si report kasi generalized lang si report. They're favorable recommending yung sa PROSA, but kulang ng detalye. Iyon po itong pighahanap niya.
Okay. Councilor Labadia.
Advance information, Mr. Chairman, kung natatandaan ko, ang LTO garo nag-endorse man duman sa Tojo Motors na worthy ang sasakyan nila. So maybe we do the same with the PROSA na magkuaman sa LTO kasi igwang inaapod, Mr. Chairman, na itong 48 volts o 60 volts, though day ko yan aram, pero yung worthiness, a certification from the LTO would require them. Dahil pag-require naman si nakakairinot, Mr. Chairman. Just for advance sa committee, nahagado ninda yan, hinagad naman yan duman sa nainot.
Okay. So, we proceed to the next item.
Yun na po ni Mr. Sir, yung number 14, letter of Mr. El Camel, yun na po ni si Pig-discuss na.
Okay.
Next
so,
item.
we refer this back to Mr. El Camel.
And we give them 10 days, Mr. Sir.
Okay. Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 13 of Mr. Jesse Aicardo, focal person, Alwis TUCP, submitting comment on the operation of e-trikes plying the streets and collecting fares with private vehicle registration with LTO. In another letter of Mr. Aicardo dated July 25, raising his concerns relative to the operation of e-trikes. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, the body resolved to study further the letter of Mr. Jesse Aicardo so that appropriate action can be done on the matter. During the committee hearing, we requested Mr. Aicardo to expound on his proposal or comments. These comments, actually, Mr. Chair, halos pareho lang ni katong mga inot na mga proceedings sa Sangguniang. Naugba lang ko ta naka-recover na si Mr. Aicardo kasi medyo nakaigwaman po siya ng mild stroke and nagbang committee na bibo na naman giraray si Mr. Aicardo.
I am just wondering, why is Mr. Aicardo opposing e-trike?
No, he is not opposing, Mr. He is not opposing.
He is opposing.
But during the committee hearing,
in fact, he is requesting a repeal of Ordinance 2011, -065, etc., etc.
We will ask clarification from him because during the committee hearing, Mr. Chair, ang sabi niya, he's not opposing. He's not opposing. Very particular kami kayan eh. Kaya nga ni ugmahon si Councilor Baldimoro dahil pala siya nag-oppose naman sa. Yes.
Before I understand, when his group was granted five units, he was in favor of the e-trike. But when something went wrong, he interposed opposition, and this was already expressed in the letter. He even went to Iglesia ni Cristo.
Yes.
So, can we seek a clarification from Mr. Jesse Aicardo?
Sige po, yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Another report, Mr. Chair. This is dated July 5, 2017.
The same is duly acknowledged.
As to the first matter, pending matters, Mr. Luis P. Marasigan and Mr. Carmelito P. Marasigan. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, on motion of Honorable Elmer Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. and Ms. Lorena Cabantog, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of resolution approving the transfer of Trimobile franchise 0306 Blue from the owner Rosita P. Marasigan from mother to her son Jose P. Marasigan of Urban Port Pacol, Naga City, authorized under SP Ordinance 2007-024. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 2, first endorsement dated June 22, endorsing the new application for Trimobile franchise of the following. So the disposition, Mr. Chair.
Next.
Upon verification of all the documents submitted by the applicant, on motion of Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. and Ms. Lorena Cabantog, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang passage of resolution approving the transfer of Trimobile franchise 023 White, owned by Mr. Dominador A. Aringo, to his son Randy S. Aringo, Zone 4, Carayan, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Furthermore, on motion of Honorable Elmer Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Tomas Ramon Sanchez Jr. and Mr. Darilay, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of resolution approving the transfer of Trimobile franchise 0476 owned by Mr. Julian B. Sanchez to his daughter Cherry S. Marmol of Zone 2, Calawag, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, first endorsement dated June 29, endorsing the new application for Trimobile franchise of the following. As to the disposition, on motion of Honorable Elmer S. Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Tomas Sanchez Jr., Honorable Salvador M. Del Castillo, and Ms. Lorena Cabantog, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of resolution approving the transfer of Trimobile franchise 0748 owned by Mr. Dante B. Apuada to his son Dante B. Apuada Jr. of Kiburak, Bagumbayan Sur, Naga City, as authorized under City Ordinance 2007-024. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Yes, Councilor.
Yes, can we go back? Can we scroll up 10? May ko kaya akong nabasang transfer to relative, amnesty, tapos, and then transfer. Some more, please. Ayan. Amnesty and then transfer to relative. I think we really have to be clear with our terms kasi grabe ang confusion sa sa transport. Kasi pag amnesty, duman yan sa mga not allowed transfers. Pero ang transfer to relative is an allowed transfer. So opposing terms iyan. So what's really the case there? Transfer to relative. So dapat yung amnesty.
That's correct.
Kasi otherwise mako-confuse na naman ang mga So erase na yung amnesty.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually po, ang narisa ko po, pag iba ang sekretaryong nagkwensa mo, iba man ang kaya it's the same. Parang iba lang ang mensahe. Iba lang si Shape. Si Shape, Another, Mrs. Chair, on motion of Honorable Hermes Baldemoro, seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr. and Ms. Lorena Cabantog, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of resolution approving transfer of Trimobile franchise 004 STF Blue owned by Mr. Victorio A. Boragay to his son Gabriel A. Boragay of Zone 1B, Cararayan, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
Once again, upon verification of all the documents submitted by the applicant, on motion of Honorable Salvador del Castillo, unanimously seconded, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod passage of resolution approving transfer of Trimobile franchise 0693 owned by Mr. Joel M. Abraham to his brother Himar M. Abraham of Bayawa Street, Abella, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 23 of Ms. Sabina Robledo of Jolly Neighbor, Abella, Naga City, applying for a franchise for Padjak. As to the disposition, the committee resolved to refer the matter to the Public Safety Office for verification and evaluation, and that they should submit the report within 10 days from receipt of this notice. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any? Without objection, same is approved.
Next item, letter dated June 19 of Mr. Francisco B. Arlante Jr., operator, special franchise, Barangay Carolina, expressing intention to surrender his city plate number 010 by violate zone. As to the disposition, motion of Honorable Salvador del Castillo, seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the committee resolved to pass a resolution canceling the Trimobile franchise 010 owned by Mr. Francisco B. Arlante Jr. of Carolina for reason that the latter already expressed his intention to voluntarily surrender his Trimobile franchise to the Sangguniang Panlungsod. The SP Secretary is hereby directed to send a letter to Mr. Francisco B. Arlante. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Yung pagkiraan ni number 6, si Ms. Risa R. Salting and Mr. Elmart R. Salting, reiterating the request for reconsideration to renew their franchise.
What is their reason?
We again as to the facts and findings, Mr. Chair, the said Trimobile franchise has not been renewed since 2012, nor there is anyone who came to the Tri-Mobile Task Force to make representation or show intention to renew the same. It was only then that the Sangguniang Panlungsod furnished them a resolution that the heirs showed up and signified their interest. It will be recalled that during the June 16 committee hearing of the Committee on Transport regarding this matter, the decision of the committee was to deny the request for reconsideration. For the reasons given by the heirs is not substantial to support the request for reconsideration.
So, what was the reason advanced by the requesting party?
Ano po kaya, Mr. Chair, si tugang na lalaki na sa Manila, saka si, I refer to Councilor Del Castillo.
Councilor Del Castillo.
I think we have already disposed of this matter on the other report, Mr. Chairman. We have granted a 30-day 30-day period on which for the requesting party to
nahihirapan ang damdamin ko, hindi, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo, sir. Next item, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Letter dated June 28 of Mr. Rodel Tanyegra, Saro pa ni, Mr. Chair. Requesting for reconsideration of his Tri-Mobile franchise, considering that his family is the only, considering that his Tri-Mobile is the only source of income of his family. As to the disposition, the committee resolved to give Mr. Tanyegra, to give 30 days from receipt of the notice within which to comply with the requirements of the Tri-Mobile Task Force.
Okay.
Data na ni basahon, Mr. Chair. Otherwise, after 30 days, data na ni para dahil na madagdagan ng stress ang...
Okay. Any second? Without objection, same is approved.
Okay. Last item, Mr. Chair. Email letter, June 21st of Mr. Fernando Gerald O. Espeso. The second, preparation of transportation management plan for Naga City. This email was received by the Office of Mayor John Bongat and was forwarded to this representation in the Sangguniang. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, we refer this to the PSO and the PNP for their study and evaluation. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Same is approved. Can we go back to item number 5 of the June 23 report? We deferred it because we want first to find out the proposed disposition insofar as related item in the July 5 report. And in the July 5 report, particularly item number 7, we granted the request.
Mr. Chair, considering that in a subsequent report, we granted request for extension of time, I therefore move that we grant the request of Ms. Fernandez for this purpose.
Is there an objection? There being none, the same is approved. Thank you, Councilor Joselito del Rosario. Next item.
The report of the Committee on Appropriations.
Committee on Appropriations. Who will render the report? Councilor Greg Abonal for the report. Are you not yet hungry?
I am not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Shall we take a break or?
There is still one report under the unfinished business. But we have to take up a proposed ordinance. Item number 14 and 15. Unless these are for referral only. In which case, after the report of the Committee on Appropriations, it may only take us about 10 to 15 minutes and we are through. We proceed? We
Mr. Chairman,
proceed.
kindly acknowledge therefore the report of the Committee on Appropriation.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
The meeting was held July 3 and there was a quorum. There were 5 items, Mr. Chairman, the first of which is the first endorsement dated June 16 from the Office of the Mayor endorsing the letter dated June 10 from the Department of Education, Naga City Teachers and Employees Association, NACITEA, requesting that the teachers' cost of living allowance, the City COLA, be charged against the general fund of the local government. If I may proceed to the disposition,
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman. On motion of Honorable Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Castillo and Honorable Del Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of an ordinance reverting the amount of 3,722,400 pesos from Educare to the unappropriated balance and then appropriating the same to special purpose appropriation subsidy to national government agencies, specifically the Department of Education account. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved.
Second item.
On final reading? Okay.
Second item, Mr. Chairman, is the first endorsement dated June 14 from Mr. Francisco Mendoza, the Budget Officer, forwarding the Barangay Ordinance number 2017-01 of Carolina, the city, reverting the amount of 89,400 pesos from personal services savings to the unappropriated balance and then appropriating the same to other personnel benefits, that is the mid-year bonus of the barangay officials for 2017. The disposition, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
On motion of Honorable Baldimoro and seconded by Honorable Del Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod the passage of a resolution approving Barangay Ordinance number 2017-01 of Carolina of this city, reverting the amount of 89,400 pesos from personal services savings to the unappropriated balance and then appropriating the same to other personnel benefits, that is the mid-year bonus of the barangay officials for 2017. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Third item is a letter dated June 9, 2017 from Mr. Earl David Gunyo, team leader, asking financial assistance for 7 Nagueños who are part of the Philippine delegation that will be sent to Japan to attend the Cultural Exchange Symposium on September 6 to 10, 2017. The disposition, Mr. Chairman. On motion of this representation seconded by Honorable Baldimoro, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to extend the financial assistance amounting to 10,000 pesos each to Mr. Earl Gunyo, Ms. Melody Ortiz, and Mr. Rodil Alano in connection with their participation in the SACEDA Youth Lead International Program in Asia, which will be held in Japan on September 6 to 10, 2017. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that in the resolution granting such request, we include a reminder that per the pertinent ordinance actually authored by this representation, there's a requirement for submission of reports, because I have not seen any report of those we have extended financial assistance to.
Yeah, they were instructed. You will see that item number 5 in the facts and findings. Item number 5, they were instructed, and they were in fact given, what was it, 15 days to submit report upon return.
Okay, that should form part of the resolution.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it
Okay.
should be in the resolution.
Yes.
Okay, so any second? Without objection, the same is approved, but where do we charge the amount?
Mayor's office, Mr. Chairman.
Are you sure?
That's where all our financial assistances are.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, is anyone objecting?
After all, this was endorsed.
There being none, the same is approved.
This was endorsed by the city mayor anyway, Mr.
Okay.
Item number 4. This is resolution number 17-019 of Barangay San Francisco of the city, entitled Resolution Respectfully Requesting the Sangguniang Panlungsod through City Mayor John Bongat, Naga City, to effect one unit multipurpose building as financial assistance intended for senior citizens, persons with disability, and lupong tagapamayapa, amounting to 310,700 pesos for Barangay San Francisco, Naga City. Disposition, Mr. Chairman. On motion of this representation, seconded by Honorable Baldimoro, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to endorse the financial request of Barangay San Francisco amounting to 310,000 pesos to the city mayor, chargeable against the Barangay Support Fund. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
It may not be known to some of us here, Mr. Chairman, that our earlier action granting financial assistance for the construction of the barangay hall, etc., hindi po matutuloy yun because apparently the seller of the owner of the lot withdrew the offer. Just for our information. Item number 5, Mr. Chairman. Letter dated June 21 from Mr. Surgeon Cirojano, student, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture and resident of Zone 1, Drupay del Rosario, the city, requesting financial assistance for his participation in the Agro-Studies Internship Program in Israel. Disposition, Mr. Chairman. On motion of Honorable Baldimoro, seconded by Honorable Del Castillo, the committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panlungsod to extend the financial assistance amounting to 20,000 pesos to Mr. Surgeon A. Cirojano in connection with his participation in the 9-month Agro-Studies Internship Program in Israel. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any comment or objection? If none, same is approved.
That ends the report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Next item.
The aerial view of the city property beside the GMR Coliseum, a site of the eastbound terminal, submitted.
Aerial view, Christine, kindly flash them before the screen.
Aerial view.
Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang pig aerial view, Mr. Chair, is the JMR Coliseum. Bako man po yan ang hinahagad ta. Ang hinahagad ta is the location of the proposed eastbound terminal. And may also suggest, Mr. Chair, for the technical committee to illustrate kung arinduman itong lalagan talaga kang terminal, including the proposed road. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who submitted this document? Anyone? Who submitted this document?
From the CPO, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so therefore, the corresponding instruction will have to be addressed to Mr. Allen Riondanga, given the manifestation of Councilor Elmer Baldimoro. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Yeah, when we requested for this, Mr. Chairman, we recommended that yung task working TWG i-border, i-drawingan na talaga itong retrato kasi gabos na tatamaan. What I wanted to see was how many shanties would be covered, would be affected basically, and then what part of JMR yung Kudal gagabaon bagada Mr. Chairman, so Kudal gagabaan that will be part of the road.
Okay.
So kung pwede drawing ng boundaries. Thank you, Mr.
And given that the proposed ordinance is that of the Honorable Joselito del Rosario, kindly coordinate the preparation of the corresponding document. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, itong presentation ni Mr. Allen Riondanga tungkol duman sa pagtinda, araw ko na kato ang mas maray, araw ka to si pakakuan niya, ikakaag niya kung i-drawing niya na duman kung saan ang pwedeng agi, luwas, si proposal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. We proceed to the next item.
The proposed ordinance expanding the well clump area and the towing of automobiles.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues. Last session, some members of the Sangguniang requested for a detailed report as regards the proposed towing ordinance. May I present to you the subsequent actions of the committee as regards the request. Next slide. Next. So we first discussed these streets, Mrs. Chair. Next. One sa Magsaysay Avenue po, yun po ni ang from junction of Peña Francia and MT Villanueva to corner Panganiban Drive. Yun po ni ang illustration. Ini po ang actual site kang si paki-forward daw tabi tin, paki-forward. Sunod pa. Okay, yan. Mr. Chair, pakibalik tin, pakibalik. So from junction MT Villanueva and Magsaysay Avenue to corner Panganiban Drive, right side facing sentro. Next. So yun po ni Mr. Chair ang map illustration kang Peña Francia Avenue from junction of Villanueva, Magsaysay to corner Panganiban Drive, right side facing sentro. Ini po putol-putol po ni para mas madaling ma-appreciate ka mga pag-iribata. So from corner Peña Francia Avenue to Naga Central School. Next slide. Then ini po from Naga Central School to Dimasalang Street. Next slide. Then ini po from corner Dimasalang Street to Panganiban Drive. Next. So yun po niyang actual na picture kang pigo-propose tang towing ordinance. Ini po sa kanto kang ini po si pasiring MT Villanueva, ini mo po si pasiring Magsaysay, ini po ang entire stretch kang Peña Francia Street. Next slide. So ang proposed regulations na po hindi nakabugtak na po hindi yo. No parking, the roadside, right side facing sentro, and pag wheel clamp kan si mga motorcycles and tricycles, tangari pong ma-implement yan ang no parking. Diyan po sa lugar na yan, dahil po nag-implement ng wheel clamping. Next. So from Peña Francia Avenue to Del Rosario Street, right side facing sentro. Next. So yun po ni ang area concern. Ini pong side na ni. Next. So again, naka-red po siya ang proposed na kwentaman. Next.
Councilor Abonal.
I think sunod-sunod po yan, may drawing na pula. Pag may drawing na pula, yan ang no parking.
No parking, towing.
Yes. Okay. Ang mga tinamputa po baga nailinta may kurit ng puti dyan ngunyan. In other words, kung ma-park man, dapat nasa luwas kang puting iyan. Nasa luwas kang puti. Nasa luwas kang tinampo. Kung ma-park.
No. That is supposed to be no parking also.
Kaya nga po, pagkalampas po dyan, pwede nang mag-park. Doon itong lampas na sa pula, kung ma-park man, dapat sa luwas kang puti na kurit. Okay. May pula digdiyo, no parking yan, area yan. I presume na sa luwas kang puting kurit. Okay? Pero pagkalampas ka yan, mag-park man, dapat sa luwas magrarikan si puting kurit. That's my understanding, and I think that will be true to all the roads that will be shown.
Mr. Chair, yan pong red illustrates the portion of the proposed coverage. Pigpiripidaso mi po para...
Correct.
That's correct.
Non-parking.
The question is, after the red area, how do we consider the other portion of the road?
Ma'am Tin, pakibalik mo. Pakibalik mo, tabi. Sobra. Okay. Iko po igdining ito pong mga may side streets. Ito po may mga side streets. Ini po allowed in some areas in front of business establishments. Ito po mga oblique parking. Kaya po ito pong i-determine dyan, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, kung ano po ang magiging policy kang syudad. Kasi ko po mga buildings na naka-indent siya, then naka-oblique parking. So actually po ang proposal sa committee, ito pong ito pong naka-mark na red, yun po to si no parking, but ito pong indention, ito pong open space between the road and the business establishment, ano po ang magiging policy duman kang syudad? For example, ini po, next, Ma'am Tin, to illustrate the point. Sige, next. So, ini po, si pasiring duman sa, ini po si likod kang USI, pakibalik mo, Ma'am Tin. Ini po, mayo po yan dyan indention, kasi likod na likod dyan kang USI. Sagad na sagad dyan dyan. But pag abot po hindi sa mga lugar na ni, iko po dyan yung mga spaces na pwedeng mag-park ang auto, including here, hindi po sa balyong ini. Ikaw po dyan mga spaces na pwedeng mag-park ang auto kasi naka-indent ang property. Next slide, Ma'am Tin.
Okay, let me stop you on that portion. I thought our understanding is that all roads there should be no obstruction, no parking on all roads, because that is in fact the policy of the national government, especially if you talk about national highways, national road. So if we say that in a given area we will be allowing parking, are we not contradicting that national policy? Councilor Greg Abonel.
My understanding now, Mr. Chairman, is this, na first, the national government indeed says na no parking sa mga roads. Okay. The national government mag-implement kayan. But we in the city, we're saying that these areas, particularly, bantayan mi man ini. I-implement mi niyo. Like this, ma-implement kami kaniyo. Pero dyan sa balyong niyan, bahala naman si national government kaya na
There lies the conflict. There lies the conflict. Because if the national government is saying this is no parking zone or area, and we are saying this is a parking area.
No, we are not saying it's a parking area.
That's what I understood from the...
We should not announce that, Mr. Chairman. In other words, we have a general statement saying that according to law, whatever, roads, whichever, are non-parking should not be, we should not cause obstruction dyan by parking.
Then we should not provide any section or portion of the proposed ordinance for a parking space, for a parking area.
No, we are not providing that, Mr. Chairman.
Meron.
All that we're saying is, kami, babantayan mo na talagang iniyo non-parking.
That's what I gathered from the presentation of Councilor Del Rosario.
Yeah, we should be clear na all roads are non-parking. But ang syudad, babantayan mo po tabi niyo, iniman ang talagang nakakapikiti. And therefore, our fines will apply. Our penalties will apply. Kung ang national government interesado man, sige, sindaman magdakop kaniyo. Okay? It's not that we are tolerating it. It's we're allowing the national government to implement its rules. That's my understanding. Otherwise, all roads, indeed, kita na kayo masabi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Greg Abonal. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, in fact, that's my question, Mr. Chair, in certain portions of the proposals. Because in certain portions, we are saying that these particular side streets are parking areas. I think we can only declare areas as towing or wheel camp areas. Ibig sabihin talaga duman, strictly dyan pwede. Kasi kapos man kayang roads, pwede kang mag-park sa side niya for a while. Like kung ma-unload ka or mapundo ka muna. Pero permis siyang yaon duman sa laog kang white na mark. No? Pero di kita pwede magsabing digdi pwede na digding parking. No? Or pwede kitang mag-declare na pag ma-park ka duman, certain time lang, very short period of time. It's also one way of regulating. Pero dito sa pwede talagang i-designate as parking area. Okay. No? Especially national, di ka na pwede mag-designate sa national kasi ang nag-govern kang use talaga kaiyan. But for local roads, pwede kitang mag-regulate. But the regulation can never be na i-designate ang certain areas kang portions kang street as parking area. Pwede kitang mag-pass ng ordinances declaring areas na tow away or wheel clamp. Gustong sabihin, pigma-manifest si intention na talagang absolutely, mayo digding parking, maski na for a certain period of time lang. Kayan wasn't that the intention also of the committee? That's why I'm wondering kung taano may mga portions kitang pig-designate which are labeled as parking areas.
Okay.
We understand the points of Councilor Sabunal and Councilor Miles. But during the session, it was, or lalo na po Mr. Chair, it was my understanding that ipahiling si actual na road condition para mahiling na talaga si nangyari sa tinampo para mas ang decision making ta is mas specific sa mga lugar para bako lang itong mapa. Kaya po nga nipig-present ko niyan, may mapa, then may actual picture. Kaya ini-encourage po sa committee na ilingon ta mismo and magtao kita ning concrete suggestions kasi ang iba-ibang tinampo, iba-ibang condition, iba-ibang ano. So let me proceed, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, please.
Next in. Next. So ini po from Del Rosario Street to Naga City Hospital. Next. Next. So ini po sa MT Villanueva. Ano? Okay. Next. So yun po na ang actual picture man dyan sa MT Villanueva. So ini po National Road iniyo.
By the way, insofar as the MT Villanueva Avenue is concerned,
road widening,
there is already a firm commitment from the Department of Public Works and Highways that widening will have to be undertaken by next year.
Okay.
Meaning we are expected to see a 4-lane road along MT Villanueva up to the corner of Bagumbayan.
Okay.
Okay.
Sige.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Del Castillo.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Del Rosario, Mr. Chair, I think that we should really think very hard about this proposal. So, with that, Mr. Chair, baka medyo dahil naman nakakaisip ng maray basta tuya because it's already 1:30 in the afternoon. So,
Okay.
baka magkakanango na kita. Then after that, we go back to this particular
We go back.
Yes,
Will that be all right
Yes,
with
Mr.
you?
Okay.
Don't you have any scheduled hearing this afternoon, Nan? Okay, okay. So for the meantime, we take a break.
Move to break.
Ano, sir ko yan ka, sir?
We are proud. We want the world to come to us and be a part of our hopes, of our dreams, of our new beginning. We will make a different start. We will now open up our door, a city like you've never seen before. Come feel the vibrance, come hear us shout. Experience magic, come to the south. With one proud city, we welcome you. What you've been looking for, we have it too. With our commitment, we want you to know that we are here and we're about to show that Naga smiles to the world. Smiles to the world.
Naga City in the Bicol region has been known for its evolving unique governance paradigms and local governance programs. In fact, it has been recognized by various national and international institutions, receiving numerous awards for these achievements. The city leadership, with the people's ardent support, continues to inspire creativity, participation, and productivity. Like his predecessor, the late DILG Secretary Jesse M. Robredo, incumbent Mayor John G. Bongat continues to bring honor to the city. The latest of which, among others, is Naga's being a judge for 2 consecutive years, 2015 to 2016, as the country's overall #1 most competitive component city. Naga was likewise chosen in 2013 and 2016 as one of the top next wave cities of the Philippines. Also in 2014, the Lee Kuan Yew Institute of Public Policy of the National University of Singapore recognized Naga's ICT-driven project entitled Using ICT for Civic Engagement Towards Responsive Decision-Making as the most inspiring innovation in e-government and participatory innovations in Asia. Mayor Bongat's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results. In 2014, BLGF certified that Naga has developed a strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region, a feat that remains unparalleled to date. To cap it all, Mayor Bongat himself received in 2016 the prestigious CEO Excel Award given by the International Association of Business Communicators Philippines for its exemplary leadership in the field of public service. Mayor Bongat, with his game-changing leadership braced by a solid foundation of good governance, is expected to continue leading his beloved city to greater heights. Competitiveness and livability has been the city government's focus since Mayor Bongat assumed office in July 2010. The efforts can be summed up in our Help Your City agenda, which stands for HELP: health, housing, and the urban poor, education, arts, culture, and sports development, livelihood, employment, and human development, peace and order and public safety, cleanliness and environmental protection, and transparency, accountability, and good governance. Truly, Naga City has evolved into a community that is worth living, enjoyable, and sustainable. However, the most important element of Naga City is its people. So, the city government exerts extra effort in providing and sustaining programs for the various sectors. Aside from the multi-awarded Naga City People's Council, NCPC, which is the primary venue for participation in governance by the organized sectors, the city maintains development and programs for its urban poor, PWDs, senior citizen, youth, and women. These programs, offices, and organizations have become institutional expressions of the care and attention provided by the city government to every Nagueño, Nagueña. Just recently, the Manila Times has chosen Naga as one of the top 10 model livable cities in the country. Naga City, beyond being livable, is well on its way to being lovable city, inspiringly livable and adorable indeed.
so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the City Government of Naga, thank you very much to the City Government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the City of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the City of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia, issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first four royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.
tuyang pag-urulayan ang mga proyekto kan syudad. Sa tuyang tukaron ang mga impormasyong pangkauswagan sa mas pinahiwas asin pinakusog na programa kan lambang na genyo. Ang Naga Ngunyan. Naga Ngunyan. Kada Sabado alas 10:30 nin pagkaaga. Kay ba sinda kakamping Allen Riondaga asin kakamping Nick Motos. Ang Naga Ngunyan.
Pasada kan mga bareta. Kahurutan ni Alkalde Bongat na dagdag na benepisyo sa mga contractual asin job order na empleyado, aprobado kan konseho.
Aprobado na kan konseho ang kahurutan ni Alkalde Jan Bongat para sa dugang na benepisyo kan mga contractual asin job order employee sa City Hall. Ipighiras ni Mayor Bongat ang detalye kan magayo na baretang ini. Sigun kay Mayor Bongat, matatawanan naman in solusyon ang haloy ng problema dapit sa benepisyo kan mga ini.
Bali kaya every year na nagkakaiwa kitang problema kung paano ta matatawaning benepisyo ang mga job order and contractual employees. Last year during the finalization of the executive budget bago po sumiter ta sa Sangguniang, klarado po sa tuyang proposal duman na tawanan ng additional benefits including two additional months ang job order and contractual employees. But sabiyon pag ni mid-year bonus ngaya kang mga regular and casual employees dapat iwa man makuha ang job order. Siri man pag end of the year. Kaya ang ngunyan mid-year pigproseso na itong nabudgetan ta na naaprobaran man yan itong Sangguniang Panlungsod na every middle of the year igwa man ng additional 1 month pay kung ano man ang rate katong job order or contractual employee. So nakabudget man yan. Tapos pag end of the year, iwan na naman kitang.
Ang marhay na baretang iniyan ay kinaugmaman kan mga empleyado. Katugod ka ini tiniripon man ang mga contractual as in mga job order employee tanganing i-anunsyo ini. Si Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion iyo ang nag-preside sa meeting. May dugang na detalye ka ini si Vice Mayor Ligacion sa Naga Ngunyan News. Ipinagpaliwanag niya kung tano ta medyo naabalan ng kadikit ang pagpasweldo alagad mariresibi man girara ini kan mga empleyado.
Si pag-mentionar ta po malunungod kan sa indang sweldo, kan sa indang benepisyo, incidental na lang po ito. Taan totoo po kayan as early as December. Si mga pigsabi ko po base sa sarong ordinansa na naaprubahan kang Sangguniang Panlungsod. Asin pinirmahan man po isang ayunan ni Mayor Jan Bongat.
Para sa Naga Ngunyan News, Myra Revilla.
Naga Smiles TV, bubuksan na kan gobyerno lokal kan syudad.
Nakatalaan na bukasan kan lokal na gobyerno kan syudad ni Naga sa pamamayo ni Alkalde Jan Bongat ang Naga Smiles TV. Mismong si Alkalde Bongat ang nag-anunsyar kini kan aldaw ni Lunes pagkatapos kan flag ceremony. Maski na nga ni dakula ang pakinabang kan Naga Smiles to the World Facebook page, huli tanadadalan ini bako sa nang sa siyudad Naga kundi sa nasyon, asin maski na sa bilog na kinaban. Gusto ni Mayor Bongat na makadalan man ang mga namamanwaan na mayo ng internet connection. Transparency as in good governance ang mga rasones para man bukasan ang Naga Smiles TV. Para sa Naga Ngunyan News, Myra Revilla.
Seminar sa pagprotehir kan mga kaakian kung igwaning emerhensya, ginibo paagi ning pagdisiplina sa mga kaakian, ipigtukdo sa mga solo parents.
Sa padagos na pagprotehir sa seguridad asin kapakaanan kan mga kaakian sa syudad, pinanginotan kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga ang sarong training workshop ang Children Protection in Emergencies. Duwang aldaw na pikondusir ang seminar kan Biyernes asin kan Sabado sa sarong hotel sa syudad ni Naga. Obheto kan training na tauan ning maninigong kaaraman ang kada pamilya ning mga dapat nagibuhon kung igwanin emerhensya. Urog na para protehiran asin maisalbar ang mga kaakian na iyo kung minsan ang napapabayaan. Si Consyal Elmer Baldimoro, iyo ang namamayokan kunitiba kan mga kaakian.
Hindi po gustong masiguro itong kapakanan ng mga kaakian in times of emergencies and calamities. Gusto ta pong masiguro na in times of calamities and disasters, may parte po na naasikaso.
Kabali sa ginibong workshop, iyon mga barangay officials, DRRM coordinators kan DepEd asin mga personahe kan PNP. Sinda iyon naman ang mahiras kan parehas na tema sa mga constituentes kan sa indang barangay. Premier best na pikundusir ang siring na training. Naiiba ini sa mga pigibo ng training katapod kan disaster management. Sentro kainian pag-atindir kan mga volunteers sa pagsalbar sa mga kaakian.
Ang specific function kay niyo itong matawan ng assurance na dahil manineglect itong mga kaakian. Kumbaga, being vulnerable ang children, dapat sinda itong inot na asikasuhon in times of nila.
Nagsirbing trainers ang mga representante hali sa DepEd, City Social Welfare and Development Office asin Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office. Kung magkaigwaning kalamidad asin emerhensya, importante na aramon ang lokasyon ng mga kaakian asin ihanda ang lugar na babalyuhan ninda. Kasabay kaini sa katuyuhan na matabangan ang mga magurang, urog na ang mga solo parents na magiyahan asin mapadakula ning tamaan sa indang mga aki, pigtipon kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paingenot ni Consyal Elmer Baldimoro ang mga solo parents para sa sarong Parent Effectiveness Seminar manunungod sa Managing Children's Behavior Conflict. Nagsirbing tagapagtaramdigdi iyo si Pastor Steve Gianan. Obheto kan seminar na urug pang ipaintyende sa mga magurang ang mga karakter na iguan henerasyon ngunyan o ang mga millennials, asin ang dapat na pagdisiplina sa mga ini.
How to deal with the behavior of children. Dahil po sabi ko na nga na medyo kakaiba mo niyan ang mga acting. Kaya po ma-deal or maintindihan ko mga magurang kung ano mo niyan itong mga pag-ugali.
Para sa Naga Ngunyan News Army View.
Mga aktibidades kan Bicol Businessman pigbiklad.
Sarong press conference ang ipinagpaapod kan Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry para man sa formal na pagbubukas kan Bicol Business Month 2017. Pinangpanginutan ini ni Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry President Gilbert Albero, siring man ni Director Ferdinand Sia, Chairman kan Bicol Business Month. Espesyal na bisita si Alcalde John Bongat. Sa press conference, sinimbag ang mga kahaputan kan media. Asin isinaysayman ang kamugtakan kan pagninegosyo sa siyudad ni Naga. Sa pahayag ni Alcalde John Bongat, tinawan doon ang importansya asin ang tabang na naidudulot kan Bicol Business Month sa dalagan kan pagninegosyo sa siyudad asin sa Bicol Region. Sa paagiman kan mga negosyong ini, dakula ang ingreso na malaog sa syudad. Ang ingresong ini ang magagamit para magduhol ng mga proyekto asin programa sa mga nagyenyo. Yaon ang bilog na suporta kan liderato ni Mayor John Bongat sa aktibidad kan chamber. Siriman ang Sangguniang Panlungsod na kunhain, aprobado na ang financial assistance para sa aktibidad. Sa lado kan chamber, handang-handa naman para sa sarong bulan na aktibidad. Ipigdetalye ini ni Board Director Ferdinand Dondon Sia, Chairman kan Bicol Business Month 2017.
Ang Bicol Business Month po baga kaya this is a celebration of business in our area, not only Naga City but the whole Bicol region. Kadakol po katangon ng mga exhibits, mga forums, mga fora, mga shows. Kadakol po katang ng mga bagong mga ibang events. Good din po katang mga dati pero irin po na po. Hindi po programa po kang gobyerno sa panginginot kan DA na makatabang sa tuyang mga kasaraditan na mga parauma, mga parasira, kung paano sila tugduan, kung paano magnegosyo, kung paano mag-negotiate sa mga buyers nila, sa pamagitan po kang kaniyong aspire, mangyayari po yan. Ang car show po, so far po, dati baga po kaya ang ginigibot ng car show, itong mga car dealers lang nag-showcase kan sa indang mga brand. Ngunyan po, level up na po kita. Showcase po dyan ang mga car enthusiasts, ito mga nakaset up ng auto. At the same time, may mga exhibits din po kita. Ang sarap pa pong bago po sa tuyang Bicol Business Matuga po kita ito bagang 6 cosmetology event na kung saan po nga ni maabot si Fanny Serrano. Uga po kita ma-exhibition yan sa hairstyling, hairdressing pala. Hairdressing sa make-up.
Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Mensahe ni Alkalde Bongat sa mga kababaihan, nagtaong inspirasyon.
Nagtaon in inspirasyon sa mga kababaihan ang mensahe ni Alkalde Jan Bongat sa ginibong tiripon kan Naga City Council for Women. Si Alkalde Bongat ang naging bisita sa ginibong mid-year assessment kan organisasyon kan aldaw ni Miyerkules. Sa inspirational message ni Mayor Bongat, pinagpasalamatan niya ang mga kababaihan sa aktibong partisipasyon kan mangini sa halawig na panahon. Sinabi ni Alkalde Bongat na ang lakas ng kababaihan ang aktibo maski kan panahon pa ni dating DILG Secretary Jess Robredo, asin mas nagkusog asin pusog pamangiraray as sa Sangguniang. Pinag-urulayan kan grupo kan mga kababaihan ang sa indang mga naging aktibidad kiriba na ang budgeting asin iba pa. Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Bagong Naga City Police Office Acting City Director nagkortesiya na kay Alkalde Bongat.
Ipigdesignat na bagong Acting City Director ka Naga City Police Office karibay ni Police Senior Superintendent Julius Muñez iyo si Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban. Kan Lunes, kaibanan ng iba pang mga deputy asin division and station chiefs kan opisina, nagkortesiya si Panganiban kay Alkalde Jan Bongat. Katakod kan sa iyang bagong katungdan, pigsyerto ni Panganiban na pangangatamanan nida siring kan dating administrasyon ang pasiorden kan syudad ni Naga.
Sigurado man ang mandato kan sa tuyang kapulisan. Pagmantini kan pasiorden, pagkasiguruhan ka na kaligtasan ng mga publiko, iniyo mas lato ng mapapamarhay ang kalakaran, kanaro ka ng mga programa sa suporta nga rin na itinalpan sa tuyang mga alkalde asin sa suporta kan mga komunidad. Importante, ang substansya kan suporta asin ang relasyon kan komunidad asin kan kapulisan tangani na mas maparay kita asin may tawta sa inda ang serbisyo asin pagprotekta sa inda para mailatag ta mas maray ng mga implementasyon ka programa.
Ikinaugma kan Acting Director ang maimbong na pag-ako asin pagsuporta ni Alkalde Jan Bongat sa hipatura kan pulisya sa syudad. Saro sa mga isyong tatawan atensyon ngunyan kan pulisya sa Naga, sigun sa tugon ni Alkalde Jan Bongat, iyon pagmanihar kan trapiko, urog na sa may parte kan diversion road kung sa inlalauman ang pagbukas kan sarong mall digdi sa maabot na bulan ning Agosto.
Sarap po nga niyan sa napagano niya, na nabanggitan niya, asin igwa pa nga ng ararong na pag-uurulay ka na isa opening ka na Robinson, kasi ang binabanggit po kan sa tuyang Mayor, iyo ang medyo igwa kita ng condition sa traffic. So, siguro po, igwa mo ang system po kani, igwa nga ararong na pag-uurulay na ato bangon sa tayo mga kapulisan asin siguro ang member kan traffic management unit asin ang mga kairibanan ta sa public safety office para nga ni mailatag taan mas maray na programa kan trapiko, mas maray na paglatag ng mga personahe tanganing matawan ta din mas maray-rahay na pagmanimento kan trapiko dyan mismo sa area kan Robinson.
Para sa Naga News, Army.
Bagong pamayo kan Naga City Police Office, pigpresentar ang sa indang mga akomplishimento.
Nagatindir sa Peace and Order Council Meeting o POC Meeting, kanal daw ni Martes si Acting NCPO, City Director Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban. Asin ipinaglatag kay ni ang mga trabahong sa iyang ipagpapadagos.
a welcome development and a welcome support that the PNP should be appreciating of, especially our unit commanders.
Sinambit kan acting city director ang mga programa kan kapulisan. Pinasalamatan man kan opisyal ang mga taga-media na yuman ang katuwang kan Philippine National Police sa pagpaabot ng impormasyon.
Maliwanag man po ang mandato ko sa tuyong mga kapulisan. Dili yung pagpakusog kasi pagtingpa ka na pag-maintain kang policy order, asin ta ang pag-preventar kang krimen, ang pag-control kang krimen, asin ang maasigurar ang kaligtasan kan sa tuyang mga publiko. Ini hinigibot sa pagpakusog kan mga presensya kan mga kapulisan ta sa pagkakonduktata ng mga checkpoint operation, sa pagkukonduktata ng mga police operation, asin sa mga upland bakal.
Tinaunan man importansya ni Panganiban ang papel kan mga miyembro kan media asin tri-media sa Camarines Sur asin siyudad ni Naga. Mientras tanto, siya man ang matukaw bilang acting city director. Matapos man na magpailaman kan leave para asikasuhon man ang dagos naman na pagre-retiro ni Police Senior Superintendent Julius Muñez.
Maninigo ang mga paglatag ka natin kanina programa na napaka-importante as in substantial ang suporta kang komunidad. Siyempre ang mga kamigo ta sa media. Tangaling maski ang mga impormasyon na maninigo maipaabot sa tuyang otoridad, maipaabot. Tangani na ang sa tuyang otoridad tama asin mapaayos ang mga operasyon na gubuhon manin sigod duman sa mga impormasyon na ipapaabot na sa tuyang mga komunidad.
Si City Director Panganiban ang graduado sa University of Nueva Cáceres. Nagloog sa Philippine National Police Academy o PNPA asin man na-assign sa maniba-ibang lugar sagod na makabuelta sa Naga. Nagsilbi naman siya kan taon 2011 hastang 2013 hastang sa mga nagyanyo bilang Deputy City Director for Operation asin Deputy City Director for Administration. Para sa Naga Nguni News, Myra Revilla.
City Population and Nutrition Office nagkondusir ni manlain-lain na mga aktibidad katakod kan Nutrition Month.
Pigpuunan kan City Population and Nutrition Office, CPNO, ang pagselebrar kan Nutrition Month ngunya na bulan kan Hulyo sa sarong medical check-up na pig-apod na nutrition mo, aramon mo. Pigkondusir ang aktibidad Lunes na aga sa Naga City People's Hall. Kabali sa mga serbisyong pigtao kan opisina, iyo ang medical check-up asin dietary counseling. Nagsirbing health counselors asin consultants in the Dr. Marinil sa Hagun Bombase asin iba pang mga doktor, dietitians asin nutritionist halit sa man iba-ibang ospital. Katabang kan opisina sa programan Camarines Sur Chapter kan Nutritionist Dietitians Association of the Philippines asin ang Tomasinong Bicolano. Obheto kan aktibidad na maenganyar ang komunidad urug na si mga nag-uopisina na mag-ehersisyo asin magkaigwanin healthy lifestyle.
Hilingon ta po kung tabang sa indong timbang, sa indong height, sa indong edad. Ano po, itatawmi din po kung ano ang dapat nakakanon. Halimbawa, kung kamo high blood, hypertensive, igwa kami ng mga pwedeng mga ipagbawal or ilimit na pagkakan. Kung igwa kamo ng diabetes or cancer, ano mga dapat kakanon. So, importante po ni sa mga, lalong-lalo na sa mga empleyado po ang syudad. Kasi ang iba po more on sedentary. Minsan talaga ang sa tuyang trabaho, baga nasa harap kang computer, nakatukaw. So, kaipuhan man gararay mag-exercise. Kasi sige kitang laog ng mga calories sa tuyang hawak. Pero dahil nalilingaw ka mag-exercise. Kaya ang nangyayari, nagiging magabat ang sa tuyang hawak, nagiging overweight, nagiging obese, na nagkakaigwa na kita ng ibang kedak na data.
Katakod pa kan selebrasyon kan Nutrition Month, nagkondusir pa ang opisina ng Zumba kan aldaw nin Miyerkules, kung saan nagbale sa Zumba dance ang mga partisipantes asin nagbisikleta bilang sarong paagi ning pag-ehersisyo. Tema kan Nutrition Month ngunyan iyo ang healthy diet gawing habit for life. Para sa Naga Ngunyan News, Armigun.
Kahurutan kan mga kapitanes di barangay sa Naga ipinaabot sa Orulay kan Liga.
Dagmang na mga kahurutan ay pinagpaabot kan mga kapitan kan barangay sa bagong tukaw na acting city director kan NCPO, Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban. Si Panganiban sarong Bicolano, Iyo ang nagribay kay Police Senior Superintendent Julius Muñez mientras na yaw na ini sa bakasyon tanganing asikasuon ang dagos naman na pagre-retiro sa serbisyo. Ano pasyal ang pinag-imbitaran kan liga kan mga barangay sa Naga. Ipinagpahayag ni Kapitan Bong Sanchez kan Barangay San Francisco na iyo man ang ABC President asin man ex-officio member sa Sangguniang Panlungsod kang Naga. Ang rason kung taano ta si panganiban ang sa indang pinag-imbitaran.
Para po pabisto naman po sa mga barangay captain na sila po ngayon ang OIC City Director kang Naga. Nangali kung anong mga problema ninda sa mga lugar ninda, madali nindang madulukan sa po yung bagong OIC City Director. Mas magay po baga na haraning maray asin ang relasyon kang mga barangay official sa kapulisan ta. Dahil nagrarayuan, tangani po ang pagtrabaho po sa mga barangay sa kahitiro kang siyudad, di madali po para man sa mga kapulisan, para man sa mga pag-iribang barangay official sa Naga.
Sa ganibong meeting, nagkaigwan ng pagkakataon ang lambang barangay kapitan na direktang ipaabot kay City Director Panganiban ang sa indang mga concern, arrogant police visibility, dagdag na outpost, dagdag na pagbantay kan mga pulis sa mga simbahan, tuyong igwan in misa asin sa mga eskwelahan. Pero sa pag-imbitar kay City Director Panganiban, nasa agenda kan meeting iyon hinahagad na opinyon kan DILG Dapitman sa itinutulod na federalism asin ang Barangay Reform Act.
Tumal lang pong imbitasyon kang National Liga na paapod kang DILG para duman sa Barangay Reform Act saka duman po sa paghagad po ninda ning garo opinion manungod kaniyong federalismong itinutulod sa tuyang gobyerno.
Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Sektor kan PWD, pigbida ang sa indang mga talento sa pigkondusir na talent competition kan Mr. and Miss PWD 2017.
Nagpabiridahan kan sa indang mga talento ang mga miyembros kan persons with disability o PWD community na nakalaog sa talent competition parte kan Mr. and Miss PWD 2017 na pinanginotan kan persons with disabilities office. 11 mga individual na igwanin visual as in hearing impairment as in orthopedically handicapped ang nagpahiling kan sa indang mga talento sa pagkanta, pagbayli, pag-arte as in iba pa. Pigkondusiran kompetisyon Lunes ning hapon sa Naga City People's Hall. Si Nanay Angelina kan Barangay Bagong Bayan Norte saro sa mga nagpahiling kan sa iyang tibay pag-abot sa drama.
Para sa kuya, yung nakayan ni na mga normal, hindi mo man para sa kuya, hinigiwi mo na para maging maayos na kami, na lema kami naalaw sa mga tao na naman.
Para sa Persons with Disabilities Affairs Office, katakod kan selebrasyon kan National Disability Prevention and Rehabilitation Week, saruining paagi para urog na ipahiling sa publiko ang kakayanan asin talento kan mga PWD.
Ang purpose po kami is to showcase kung ano po, yung public awareness po ng mga PWD na kung ano po ang kaya kang mga normal na mga ano na nag-join sa mga Mr. and Miss, kaya din po ng mga PWD. Kung ano po yung mga talent na kaya ng mga normal people, kayang-kaya din pong gawin ng mga
Para sa Sangguniang News, Arnie.
Desisyon kan Korte Suprema dapit sa marsyalo pig-uyunan kan direktor kan Naga City Police Office.
Pabor asin minauyon si Acting City Director Police Senior Superintendent Jonathan Panganiban sa ipinagpaluwas na ruling kan Korte Suprema na legal ang pagdeklarar ni Presidente Rodrigo Duterte kan martial law duman sa Mindanao. Marurumduman na sa nagkapirang oral argument, nagpaluwas na nin ruling ang Korte Suprema na nagsasabing legal asin may basihan ang deklarasyon ni Presidente Duterte kan martial law duman sa Mindanao.
Ang pananauta kaya sa pagdideklarata na martial law, ini sarong paagi para mas palalong mapangatamanan ta sa kaya mga constituente asin tadain na magproliferar pa din mas dakulang malawak na pangyayari, ano pa man ng mga huma, asin banta, asinta para ma-preventer ta. Tayo man bagayan ng ta, sabi tangani kan, an ounce of prevention is worth about an cure.
Para sa Nagangone News, Myra Revilla.
Selebrasyon kan Bicol Business Month 2017, nagpuna.
Formal na pigpuunan kan Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry ang selebrasyon kan Bicol Business Month 2017 Martes nin hapon sa Sarong Mall sa syudad ni Naga.
Yan po sa tuyang pupunan ang pagbubukas kang Bicol Business Month 2017. Ini po ang tuyang sampulan na selebrasyon habang ninegosyo dito sa tuyang syudad ni Naga asin bilog na rin ang Bicolandia. Ini po matayin-lain ng mga nadalanon, mga aramon, ihilingon, manungod sa pagninegosyo. Ito yung mahilingon na
Tampok sa opening ceremony kan okasyon iyon exhibits and trade fair kung saan ipigbida kan man iba-ibang establishmento asin MSMEs hali sa man iba-ibang parte kan Pilipinas ang sa indang man iba-ibang produkto.
Kumbaga, tinatawan tang tsansa ang mga satuyang mga entrepreneurs na i-showcase sa mga produkto para maili ka mga satuyang mga bisita na uka kita mga produktong araw kayo niyo. At the same time, nag-invite kita mga exhibitors na mag-exhibit ka sa mga produkto para maili maka mga tao ito sa Naga. And at the same time, mapahiling ta na ang lugar tayo diyo, ang negosyo diyo, kumbaga, active saka vibrant. Kumbaga, maka-inganyer kita na mag-invest din sa lugar.
Tema kan selebrasyon ngunyan iyo ang building bigger milestones.
Kasi po ngunyan, after 30 years of the existence of Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry, kami po 30 taon na may existed dito sa Naga, and we have seen how Naga develops si robust growth kaniyong sa tuyang syudad at talagang nagpaulantong sa tuyang ekonomiya. So ngunyan talagang we are trying to really building bigger milestones through accelerating growth and maximizing potentials of our economy digdi po sa lugar ng Naga sa kagabsan as Bicol region.
Sigun sa assessment kan MNCCI, padagos man ang pagtalubo kan lokal na ekonomiya kan Metro Naga. Parte kan sa indang tututukan ngunyan iyo ang sektor kan health and wellness, turismo asin agrikultura.
At this, we are collaborating with the Department of Agriculture about really pushing agriculture in the Bicol region. At the same time, we are also pushing ini yung mga nasa health and wellness. Kaya ngunyan, pigpatinuhan niya ito ini yung 7th Regional Hospitology Expo. So yung pampigilin na niya na mga bago sa...
Sa masunod na mga simana, lalauman ang iba pang mga aktibidad kan chamber para sa mga negosyante. Para sa Naga News, Arnie.
DSWD, mataong educational assistant sa mga estudyante kan syudad.
Kinumpirmar ni CSWD Officer Annabel Vargas na igwang educational assistance na ipinagtagama ang CSWD kantidad 5,000 pesos ang pinagtatagama ninda sa mga estudyante sa kolehiyo na hakiinin mga taga-Naga. Sa Naga City People's Hall, ginibo ang aktibidad asin ang pag-ako kan mga aplikante. Bit-bit ang mga rekisito sa Arkan Certificate of Indigency, matriculation fee asin iba pa.
Actually, 2 days na kaming naglilista ka itong mga aki na igwa pa ng mga bayadan sa tuition na first and second semester. Kasi igwa kita ng 500 na slots para sa Naga City para duman sa educational assistance na itinatao kong DSWD.
Sigun ki Vargas, may proseso kung gurano man ang kantidad na mariresilikan aplikante.
So, ang maximum is 5,000. Depende kasi sa school assessment. So, halimbawa ngaya, ang sayang assessment is 15,000 or 30,000, baka makuha niya ang maximum na 5,000.
Tinawan man yung pagkakataon kan CSWD ang labang tiyos na pamilya na maka-avail kan naunambitan ng asistensya pinansyal.
Itong slot na 500 kang DSWD sa Naga, good for this year lang. So muna, ang pigilista mi is first and second sem.
Igwa pang mga rekisitos na ipapasunod ang CSWD para sa mga recipient.
So ang priority mi talaga college, oo, pero ang senior high, pwede. So hindi kasi sa educational assistance kang DSWD, dapat kani ang makuha bako ng minor de edad. halimbawa, entering first year college, pwede mga 17 years old dyan, ano. So, dapat, ang maano kayan, ang makuha si parent. So, may requirements. Dapat, taga-Naga siya. So, pigiling niya ang ID niya, kasi sa ID ako naman ang address.
Para sa Naga Ngunya News, Myra Revilla.
Propwestong ordinansa sa magbilog kan Naga City Safety and Security Coordinating Group, plano ni Konsihal Del Rosario.
Sa rong propwestong ordinansa, ang planong ipasar ni Councilor Lito Del Rosario, Chairman kan Committee on Peace and Order as in Public Safety sa Sangguniang Panlungsod, na igwanin obheto na magkaigwan ng kahandaan ang lambang sektor asin ang mga ahensya ng gobyerno, lalo na sa panahon ng emerhensya. Igwa naman pwedeng basihan kini ang Peña Francia Executive Committee Interagency Task Group. Sa paagi kan privilege speech ni Councilor Del Rosario, nagtao siya ng mga pangyayari, siring kan mga disaster, marawi crisis, terror attack, kalamidad, droga, darakulang mga insidente sa manibaybang parte kan kinaban, kabuman niyang magkrear nin anuman na kahandalan, alagad mas marahay na ang mga kahandaan, asin preparasyon para sa kaligtasan, hulikan padagos man na pagbabago kan kinaban. Dapat may pagkakasararo, may plano, koordinasyon sa lambang syudadano, sharing of knowledge, asin iba pa para sa seguridad, asin pasiorden.
We all acknowledge that the world is fast-changing. It's more despondent than cheerful, more threatening than heartening, more perilous than safe. There is the ongoing siege in Marawi City, the tragedy of the resorts world in Manila, the fire and terrorist attacks in London and highly developed societies, and the unpredictable weather disturbances all over the world. In a list of all forms of risks and sources of fear may be longer than the enumeration of the sources of hope and sense of security. I may be overly pessimistic and cynical about our world today, but as one who has spent years being partly responsible for maintaining safety and peace in our beloved Naga City, I am very sensitive to the growing problem all around us that threaten our citizens, our children, families, and loved ones.
May rason kung taano tayo pinaagi niya sa privilege speech, asin kung ano ang rason sa pagpasar kan propwestong ordinansa.
Bali ini po, dagdagan lang po na mabukas baga si isip kan si mga pag-iriba ko sa Sangguniang. Considering po mga nangyari ko nan sa kinaaban, including dito sa Pilipinas na mga nakaka-apektar sa pasyon. Dapat po permi kitang anticipatory. Ang purpose po kaning coordinating group na is perming magtiripon, magululay, magplano, tangarig pong anticipar pa ito mga pwedeng mangyari sa Naga City. Masakit po kaya kung igwa lang ng event saka lang po maplano. Para na po itong continuously magplano. For example, sa mga drills na gibuhon. Kamo lang po siguro sa aspect ng fire or earthquake, kundi mga terrorism drills, mga araw na para importante lang po maano kan si publiko, kan mga ordinaryo na mamanuan na safe siya pagmati niya. Safe siya pag-abot kan.
Huli na nag-i-existir naman ang Joint Operations Center o JOC, gusto niya na ma-institutionalize ini.
Ikaw po kita pigaapod na Joint Operations Center every Peña Francia Fiesta. So, ang buta wala po kang gibuhong kani, mas i-institutionalize na po ining na konsepto po ining Mayor Jan Bonggat since 2011. Ito po po dyan kabaling 19 agencies kaning gobyerno. So, yun po niya ang pupukusan pa. Nangarin pong continuously mag-anticipar, magplano, mag-practice, nangarin makuha po ini. Even si mga natural calamities, man-made calamities, anticipatory po ang coordinating.
May paliwanag man si Councilor Del Rosario kan pagkondukta kan mga earthquake as in fire drill.
Hindi pong sa earthquake sa fire dahil pong gaya kita saturated. No? Base po naman sa statistics na nakuha, hababa pa po ang compliances as far as these aspects are concerned. So, mas ang balag na po digdi sa proposal din na sa paigtingon ta siya. So, ano po si mga standards sa pigtatawad ng Bureau of Fire, may cascade man duman po sa ibang members ng community. Tangari po maintindihan niya, tangari po maintindihan. Abot naman po mag-sound na alarmist kita. Pero sa nangyayari po ngunyan, mas maray na po itong handa kita, preparado, nag-anticipate.
Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Literaturang Bicol padagos na pinapakusog kan akademya.
Ipigbungsod kan Ateneo de Naga University Press ang saro na namanindang obra pag-abot sa literatura. Pig-translate sa lingwaheng Bicol kan mga parasurat na sinda Christian Cordero, Paz Verde de Santos asin Czech Republic Ambassador Yaguslav Osha Jr. ang sarong obra kan Pranses na autor na si Karel Chapek. Iyon ang ngunyan ang librong igwang titulong Lambang Ika Kitagabus.
Chapek kasi parang Bicolano, parang Pilipino. Napaka-humorous, napaka-ironic, tongue-in-cheek. Makaka-relate tayo. Hindi siya highfalutin, hindi siya malayo-malayo or abstract. Yung everyday na mga, sabihin na nating katarantaduhan ng mga tao, yung mga delusion nila, mga illusion nila. Yan, yung flaws natin, napaka-human, napaka-Pinoy. Kaya enjoy basahin. Kahit ng mga estudyante, nag-enjoy sila basahin yung mga kwento niya.
Pigundusiran aktibidad sa Camarines Sur National High School, kaibanan ang mga estudyante kan Senior High School Department kan eskwelahan. Kasabay kan pagbungsod kan libro, nagkaigwaman oportunidad ang mga estudyante na makaulay ang mga nagsurat asin man si Czech Ambassador Olsha manunungod sa literatura. Saro si Gabriel Manalo sa mga estudyante na urugpang nainganyar sa pag-orgulyo kan pagbasa asin pagsurat kan mga literaturang Bicol noon.
Po, sa Bicol po, pwede po kitang makanood, pwede po kitang makaintindi, hindi nagagamit ng English. Ang English, dapat po, tinatangkilik ta po ang satuyang lingwahe.
Para man kay Ambassador Olsha, saruining magayo na proyekto urog na sa pagtulod kan book industry bako lang kang Bicol kundi kan bilog na Pilipinas.
I'm really happy that we do have this because Karel Čapek is so famous Czech writer that we wanted to introduce him more in the Philippines and he was not published in any of the Filipino languages.
Para sa Naga News, Army Guna.
Administrador Jun Mongoso, pinaliwanag ang mga update sa sanitary landfill.
Nag-aparecer sa konseho si City Administrator Florencio Mongoso Jr. Tangani man na maaraman kan mga konsyal kung ano na ang status kan sanitary landfill asin man sa oring parte and waste to energy facility.
Kan July 4 na session kan Sangguniang Panlungsod, nag-render po kita kang updates naman sa sanitary landfill, home energy, waste to energy project ng city. Kung saan po pigsabi ta na June 27 to June 30, we prepared documents para po sa bidding kang si Phase 1 na development. Na-publish po sa tuyang invitation to bid July 3 until July 10 po iyan. Tapos si invitation to bid, ang deadline po kayan hanggang sa July 24, which is the bidding date also. But before that, July 11, magkakaigwan ng pre-bid conference para po si mga interested parties may pagkakataon na maghapot kung ano si mga sa hiling ninda na ingayon ninda na intindihan based on the documents, and si mga technical personnel taman po na in charge can answer the questions, and kung may mahiling pong diferensya maayos na pa before the 24th na bidding.
Sigun kay City Administrator Mongoso, kumpuesto ini duwang proyekto.
Ang primero po kayan si perimeter fencing ng si area, which will cost around 1.2 million. Tapos si earth movements, so grading ng area para po maging pantay si satuyang location. Nasa ngunyan po may portion na halangkaw, may portion na baba. So papakarayon po siya. That will cost around 4 million. So iyan po ang for bidding ta for the time being. All the other projects magigibo ta lang po pagyao na si perimeter fence sa kapantay na si satuyan.
Bukas man ini para sa gabos na gustong magpartisipar sa bidding.
pwedeng mag-participate, open man siya. Ang publication ta po is nationwide man. So, parehas po yan kasi closure. Actually po si sa closure, ananggana pa ko man taga Manila po siya. Panagbibiding po kita, welcome ang po.
Ipinalwanag man ni Administrator Mongoso kung ano na ang kamugtakan, kandagaan na kakaagan kan access road pasiring sa lugar.
Ito pong sa propose na new access road na mas mahiwas kaysa duman sa existing utang inaagihan, na ipadara na po si mga surat sa mga landowners kang June 28. Sabi ta duman na we have the intention to buy their land for the purpose of using it as the new access road duman sa project site.
Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Timer kan mga traffic lights, big-bidding na.
Sa day mahaloy na panahon, mahihiling na kan mga motorista, mga biyahero asin pedestrian na igwana nin mga timer o numero ang mga sensor type traffic lights sa siyudad ni Naga. Ini matapos na kumpirmaro ni City Administrator Jun Mongoso na naipabiding na ang patrabaho para sa pagkaag nin mga timer.
Actually po, na-bid out na siya. Bidded out na siya. Siguro within the next few weeks, ma-ocular inspection na po si so mga ma-install para po mapunan si groundworks, and hopefully po by a month or a month and a half ma-install siya. City po. Although si traffic lights po ang nag-install kaya ang DPWH, pero any improvements and maintenance kaya sa city na po.
Para kay Administrator Mongoso, mas pabor siya na igwa nin mga timer ang mga traffic lights huli tanahihiling niya ini asin dai siya nalalangkag.
Maray sa party kang driver na naaraman niya kung arin siya malargada, sa kano arin siya mababa, ma-stop. Kumbaga may guidance on their part. Saka po bilang driver man, mas dahil ako naiinip kumbaga na magparahalat ko no rin mag-green dahil nahihiling ko sa numero. Sa saro pa, date man lang si kantidad. Kaya sa iling ko si positive impact na itataon niya will overrun the cost. Gabos po na existing kang traffic light sa lalaganan. Kung po nakapasala, 1.2 or 1.4 su budget.
Mientras tanto, magigirumduman man na nagkaigwa kan siring na proposal si Councilor Lito del Rosario. Asin na aprobaran man ini ni Alcalde Jan Bongat. Asin man na ipasar sa Sangguniang Panlungsod. Para sa Naga News, Myra Revilla.
Delegasyon hali sa Quezon City nagkondusir ning lakbay-aral sa Naga.
Nagpasiring kan aldaw nin Webes sa syudad ni Naga ang delegasyon hali sa Barangay Valencia, syudad nin Quezon. Kaibanan kan punong barangay kan lugar ang bilog na konseho kan sa indang barangay para sa sarong lakbay-aral. Dakol da sindang nadadangog na best practices kan Naga kaya pigmaot nindang magbisita digdi.
Dito bumisita for our study tour nang mas marami kaming malaman and we can actually find out kung ano pa yung pwede namin i-improve sa aming barangay.
Pigtukar kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa delegasyon ang manunungod sa gender and development ng mga programa kan syudad na mautman arugon kan grupo sa indang Barangay Valencia. Para sa Naga News, Armigo.
Komite na maadal sa maspang pagpaurog kang Magsaysay Avenue, binilog.
Sarong executive order ang pinagpirmahan ni Alcalde Jan Bongat na nagbibilog kan sarong konseho na yumanan maadal kan pagpapaurog kan Magsaysay Avenue. An executive order number 2017-012 creating the Magsaysay Lifestyle Center Development and Regreening Council. Kanang talikod na aldaw, nagkondusir naman in meeting sa mga business owners sa lugar. Ipinagdetalye man ini ni Alcalde Jan Bongat.
Actually, nag-meeting na siya kasuugma. Nagpapasalamat kita sa mga sa mga business owners dyan sa Magsaysay nag-attend sinda o kaya sinda mga representatives na pagkauryonan na matarabangan talaga kung paano mariregreening magkakaigwagiraray ng mga greenery, landscaping, tapos kung paano mapaiwas ang mga sidewalks para ang mga tao na nagbabarbaralyo ng mga restaurants din na kayo po para araw-araw to pa or bar hopping, pagbanggi, tapos kung paano madagdagan ng mga ilaw, tapos mapakaray ang mga parking areas dyan sa Magsaysay Avenue. Yan sa pag-recognisar kan gobyerno lokal kan Syudad ni Naga sa dakulang contribution kan business sector sa Magsaysay sa ingreso kan gobyerno lokal kan Syudad ni Naga. So ang katuyuan takayan na executive order na yan na magkaigwaning klaradong direksyon, magkaigwaning spatial planning kung paano mapapakinabangan ang mga public spaces para lalo ito pa mapaurog ang pagnenegosyo sa Magsaysay. As in, minuli ka yan, makakapadagdag pa sa business and real property taxes kang gobyerno lokal kan Syudad ni Naga na pigbabalik man sana sa komunidad, sa syudad, sa constituentes, sa paagi ka na mga programa sa salud, nutrisyon, edukasyon, scholarships, peace and order, public safety, livelihood, as in kadakot pang iba. Kabali na dyan ang solid waste management, ang environmental protection, as in iba pa.
Ang konseho ang kompuesto kan minasunod. Mayor John Bongat bilang chairman, Engineer Ricky Regrario, an Assistant District Engineer, kan DPWH 2nd Engineering District bilang co-chairman. Siringan si Engineer Leon Palmiano IV, ang Satun City Engineer bilang Vice Chairman. Executive Officer, human si Mr. Rene Gumba, Project Development Officer, kan opisina ni Alkalde. Yaon man ang mga miyembro na kompuesto, ninda City Administrator Florencio Mongoso Jr., Roel Oliver, an Executive Director, kan Naga City Investment Board, Wilfredo Prilles Jr., City Planning and Development Officer, as in Engineer Joel Martin, kan Solid Waste Management Office. Para sa Naga Nguni News, Myra Revilla.
Sa pagpapusog kan sports program kang syudad, Commissioner Agustin nagbisita sa Naga.
Nagbisita sa Syudad ni Naga si Philippine Sports Commissioner Arnold Agustin. Nakipaghampangan man ini kay Alkalde John Bongat asin pinagurulayan ang dapit sa grassroots program kan Syudad ni Naga. Lalo naman ang One Student, One Sport program kan syudad. Pinahalagaan ni Alkalde John Bongat na madiskubre ang mga estudyante na igwanin hilig sa mga sports.
One Student, One Sports program, ngunyan na school year 2017-2018. So, ang katuyuan kayan na gabos sa mga estudyante tita sa public and elementary, public and private elementary and high schools, mapili sinda upon enrollment. Kan tulong mga palaro sports na gusto nindang kawatan. So ngunyan nakasarumiter na mga eskwelahan, pigkokolate na kang ESO, kang sports office under the ESO, para maaraman kung nasa in talaga ang interest kan mga aki sa kada eskwelahan. So katakod man kang programang iyan, may piglosar kitang inter-school Olympics na masikad yan ngunyan na August after the periodic examinations kan mga eskwelahan, tapos September kaya fiesta, after the fiesta ito naman palarong Panlungsod. So the constant competitions, sports competitions sa rundalan para mas maging sports-minded ang mga kaakianta sa mga public and elementary schools. As in, ining one sports, one student, one sports program, ini sarang pag-inganyar sa inda na magkaigwas indang hilig sa sports because we are after the total personality and holistic development of our students, not only academically, not only emotionally, but also physically. So you want
Katukod kay ni pinagpahayag man ni Philippine Sports Commissioner Arnold Agustin an sa iyang katuyuhan kung taano tana sa siyudad ni Naga siya asin nakipag-koordinar kay Alcalde John Bongat.
Po sa Naga ay napakaganda kaya sinusuportahan ng Philippine Sports Commission at katulad nung nakaraan na inter-barangay, so para ang daming mga participants. So this coming event, ito yung inter-school Olympics na gaganapin sa August. So ang Philippine Sports Commission nag-provide ng technical assistance sa mga technical officials, especially from the DepEd teachers and other clubs, na maging maganda at nasa ayos yung kanilang pag-officiating during the event. So magkakandak po kami ng training of the trainers, training of the coaches, para sa talent identification program para sa mga bata.
Ipinahayag man ni Sports Coordinator Francis Barha kung ano naman ang mga preparasyones kan sports office, asin man ang sports program, katakod kan One Sport, One Student program ni Alcalde John Bongat.
Pagbisitan digi sa tuya kang Philippine Sports Commission is yung equip lang sa tuya mga coaches sa training program o kaya ning program ng PSC, yung transfer of technology, yung mga program ninda would be given for free duman sa mga LGU na ready for grassroots program. Bakit ang grassroots program digi sa Naga started sa leadership ni Mayor Jan katong sa opisina, bakit ang barangay sports program, bakit ang school sports program. Dire-diretso siya, 1-year program po siyang i-implement digi sa Naga.
Kung paano man maaraman kung ano ang hilig sa sports, kansarong estudyante, sinabi ni Mr. Barha,
ginibong pinaluwas ang opisina mi po ning itong evaluation form na kung saan si Aki, papapilion siya ano bang sports ang gusto niya. Pwede siya mag-check ng 3 sporting events. Kung saan, yung mga data kayan, kukuhaan kang opisina na duman ika-categorize. Halimbawa, sa eskwelahan, mas dakol duman ang badminton, coach of badminton of Naga would go to that school to prioritize the program. Para duman mismo sa school na to, mag-excel ang badminton sa program niya. Pigigibot na lang po siyang systematic para itong pag-identify ng mga potential athletes, diretso po kay Taguma.
Thank you, sir. Para sa Naga Ngune News, Myra Revilla.
Selebrasyon kan Nutrition Month, nagpapadagos. City Agriculture Office, aktibo man sa pagtulod kan tamang nutrisyon.
Sa pagpuon kan Nutrition Month ngunya na bulan kan Hulyo, padagos ang City Population and Nutrition Office sa pagkondusir kan mga programa sa kada barangay kan syudad ni Naga. May mga programa ang kada barangay para urog na tauwanin maninigong kaaraman ang sa indang mga constituentes manunungod sa tamang nutrisyon.
Usually nga ni uga mga barangay na nag-sponsor ng contest na kaiba ang mga kaakian, team si Setan Kapagurahan sa kaakian. Uga man ang mga barangay na nag-sponsor kung paano maintindihan sa paagi kang nutri-quiz, sa paagi kang maaram kang aki kung ano itong mga pagkakan na go food, and low food. Sa paagi tuman, naaaram ka mga aki na kaini pa lang kakano na ini maray para sa samuya, para sa pagpakusog ka sa mga hawak, para sa pagpagay ka sa mga hawak, para sa pagpakinis ka sa mga yaon sa mga hawak.
Kaibanan ka Nutrition Office sa pagtulod kan mga programa sa tamang nutrisyon iyo ang City Agriculture's Office. Saro sa indang mga programa ang mga gulayan sa barangay asin eskwelahan. Libre ang mga seedlings na pantanom na pigtataw kan opisina hali sa Department of Agriculture. Para sa pagtaon ng gulay asin prutas na makakakan, pwede ining makataon ng dugang na aumento sa mga benepisyaryong pamilya asin eskwelahan.
Itong mga harvest nila, pwede siyang maging IGP, ibig sabihin pwede siyang income generating program para ito maging income duman, pang bakal ng mga sahog para duman sa produce nila na ipapakan duman sa mga undernourished sa mga athlete. Kasi may program ka ng school. Siring man sa mga barangay, bigyan mina. Itong mga parents na may mga aki na mga undernourished na mag-practice na mapukusan ninda na magtanom ng sadiring gulay kaya rin igwas nila ng pangkakan doon sa mga aki na mga healthy na mga gulay as in makanuod ang mga aki.
Pigmamaawat kan opisina na matauwaning urog na atensyon sa mga siring na programa, iyon mga pamilya na igwanin malnourished na mga aki. Alagad na igabus na pamilya ang mauot na maging benepisyaryo kan programa. Kaya si mga gusto sanang maging parte kainin pigtatawan oportunidad kan opisina sa paglaom na makainganyar sindaning iba pang mga pamilya.
Sorry dito talaga kadto, itong talagang puris of the poor. Pero ako unta sa dahi, minsan kasi itong mga puris of the poor, natabangan tanangani na yan napod men, bukang palad, halos spoon feeding na, di niya ina-adapt sa program. Kaya ginigibo may, hinahanap itong mga ma-enroll na gusto, na willing, kasi itong inaapod na domino effect. Kasi may attitude kita na itong arog-arog, di ba? Pag nakain siya ng magayon,
Waste to Energy project.
We are referring this to the Committee on Environment and Energy. Next item.
The letter dated July 10, 2017 from Mr. Orsua submitting the list of duties and functions of the city ENRO.
Noted. Hard copy thereof is to be provided Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. by the Secretary. Next item.
The letter dated June 9, 2017 from Mr. Willie Prilles requesting, submitting and requesting approval of the attached amended 2011-2020 Local Development Investment Program.
18. What is this? Any comment on this? Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, I think this wasn't part of the original agenda sent to us by mail, and therefore I have not actually seen the document, Mr. Chairman.
So, what is the pleasure of this body insofar as this item is concerned?
I suggest it be calendared for
next session.
Final action next session.
Okay. The Secretary is so instructed. Next item.
New business.
Before the new business, can we go back to two items which we have not yet disposed of? I am referring to item number 1 of the special business or order and item number 6. Items 1 and 6. Insofar as item 1 is concerned, I was proposing earlier that we see first the proposed resolution, or somebody prepare the same for our consideration today. But it appears that none has prepared the resolution being referred to. So if it is all right that we defer discussion until we receive the intended resolution. But who will prepare? Who will prepare the proposed resolution on item 1 of SBO? Okay, so Councilor Akid Arroyo, we will have to calendar it once we receive your the proposed resolution. That is for item number 1. What about item number 6? Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. requested for temporary deferment because according to him, he still have to go over the MOA. This is the MOA between city and Metro Naga Chamber of Commerce and Industry with respect to the 600,000 financial assistance for the Bicol Business Month. I do not know what the Honorable Julian Labadia Jr. wants to study. That prompted him to request for a deferment. If there is no more question, we can already ratify the MOA. Councilor Akid Arroyo?
I believe, Mr. Chair, the point of Councilor Labadia was that the agreements during the committee hearing be reflected in the MOA. But since I think to expedite the matter, we can just include in our ratification resolution those conditions.
Namely,
Namely, that the MNCCI will submit their report within 30 days, both a financial report and operations report as a result of the activity. Second, that within 30 days, also after the conduct of the activity, the MNCCI will sit down in a meeting that will be convened by the Committee on Trade and Industry to plan out the next year's activity and other concerns that will make the partnership between MNCCI and the city government for this activity be a real partnership.
okay, so on the basis of those two conditions, so who is moving for the ratification?
Yes, may I move, Mr. Chair, for the ratification of the MOA as presented with the conditions as will be set forth in the resolution ratifying the same.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. We now proceed to new business.
New business, the endorsement dated July 6, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing the letter of Punong Barangay Lorenzo Diaz Narvaez of Santa Cruz requesting to grant new franchise for Pajak and establishing terminal thereof. The new group shall be known as Urban Santa Cruz Pajak Operators and Drivers.
We refer items 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the Committee on Transportation. Next item.
Other matters, letter dated July 6 of Attorney Milagros Francia of Pleb submitting the second quarter status report of the police administrative cases.
Noted.
The letter dated July 5 of Ms. Cecil Felipe Sibulo acknowledging with great appreciation resolution number 2017-305 giving a
Also noted.
recognition.
Any other matter?
Nominal voting.
Before the nominal voting, can we direct the city legal officer to appear before us during our next regular session on July 18? This is in connection with the two items. Number one, with respect to the acquisition of the road right-of-way from Langon, Cararayan to Zone 7 of San Isidro. We were informed by Mr. Willie Prilles Jr. last session that the offer to buy was already sent, Mr. Mongoso, was already sent to the affected landowners last June 28. Ordinarily, the landowners are given 10 days. We do not want any delay on this. That is why there is a need for us to request update from the city legal officer. Number two, as to the previous item that was supposed to be discussed with us by the city legal officer, I am referring to the status with respect to the rescission of the CJ Global contract. Okay? So, if it is all right, okay. The secretary is instructed. Any other item? If none, Councilor Elmer Balimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move for the reconsideration of the order of business by including a reversion of the amount of 405,000 from donation to IKES.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Councilor Labadia Jr.
Including, Mr. Chairman, the one you have discussed regarding the ordinance and the letter of Mr. Frank Mendoza. Can we include it in today's session?
Is everyone aware about the letter? The letter of Mr. Frank Mendoza?
The approved ordinance, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, the approved ordinance. Councilor Joselito del Rosario.
I believe, Mr. Chair, not all of the members of the Sangguniang are aware of the letter of Mr. Aware of the existence of the letter of Mr. Frank Mendoza. Siguro next session, ibubugtak mo po sa calendar para.
Okay. So the secretary is instructed to include that letter of Mr. Frank Mendoza under the unfinished business. Any other matter? If none, We go back to the inclusion. Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
May I move, Mr. Chair, for the approval of the reversion in the amount of 405,000 from donation to ICE.
Any second? Without objection, the same is approved. Councilor Del Castillo.
Just a query, Mr. Chair. On what office is that reversion pertains to?
Councilor Baldimoro.
The ICE is the donation from the Sangguniang Panlungsod, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Igwa mo kaya sa mayor's office, Mr. Baka duman. Nagapot ako.
Okay. If there is no other matter, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro for the nominal voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I move that all the approved resolution and ordinance be transferred to nominal voting and approve the same.
Without objection, same is approved.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair,
Session is now
at 3 o'clock.
Is it already 3 o'clock?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Joint and collective.
Mag-attender ka na, sir. Ika na ang nagpo na mag-attend.
I believe that there's so much to share and learn. And by way of this special sisterhood partnership with our cities, it will not only open doors for opportunities for exchange in governance, commerce, tourism, education, environment, livelihood, youth and sports development, culture and the arts, heritage conservation, social services, and citizens empowerment, but also foster the blending of two cultures, a heritage city and a pilgrim city.
So on behalf of the City Government of Naga, thank you very much to the City Government of Vigan, headed by Mayor Carlo and Vice Mayor Lourdes Bakiran, and the entire officialdom of the City of Vigan for this golden opportunity to be sister with the City of Naga.
Historically, we are twins whose umbilical cords can be traced to the papal bull entitled Super Specula Militantes Ecclesia. issued by Pope Clement VIII on August 14, 1595, that established the Spanish colonial cities of Nueva Cáceres and Nueva Segovia, making our respective territories the first 4 royal cities in the Philippines that include Manila and Cebu.